Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting for this September 21st. Would you all please rise and state the Pledge of Allegiance with me, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first thing we have on our agenda is our planning. Don and Sherry Jane, or I apologize, we have the minutes. Gentlemen, have you looked over the minutes? Do you have any additions or corrections?
No.
None.
Move, we accept the minutes as presented.
Seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, September 14th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next we have planning. Now you can come forward, Don. Sherry Jane.
Good morning.
Morning.
All we have this morning is the setback variance document for Lightenburger to get signed. It was approved a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
So we have that document for signature.
That's it. Anything else?
Not unless you want to talk about a communication tower that we just found out about Friday.
Sure. Go ahead and.
Down on the 7th Street extension, found out that farmers, they had Circle Z install a cell tower. They got a permit to install the tower from Road and Bridge in the county road right-of-way. And I guess that was installed last month, but they didn't contact planning or come through planning for approval of a communication tower. Land use code requires a special use permit for that.
Okay, so just get a hold of their CEO and have them start the process, and going to have to go through the process, gentlemen.
Correct.
And if they have any others that they haven't permitted, then make sure that they stop prior to getting them.
Yeah, I didn't check with Road and Bridge on that, but I'll check with them as well as farmers.
Okay. Yeah. And then we'll go forward.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, next on the agenda is our public comment session. The Board of County Commissioners welcomes you to this meeting. Persons speaking during the public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments. Comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted, and you may not yield your time. And with that, we will open public comment.
Good morning, everyone. Gentlemen, Kim, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. First off, I wanted to just say that in the state, something that's important to all of us as citizens and voters in the state, the GOP, the Colorado Republican Party did maintain that we will have a primary. So their question of opting out of having a primary did fail, and so we will continue on. I don't know if that's good news or bad news for our county clerk, since that's ballots that have to be sent out. So anyway, with that, just know that there are things that we just have to work hard to make sure we have good candidates running from the county into our local offices, and everybody needs to just get out there and work hard to get themselves into those seats. So with that said, then, here locally, I know that one of the things that is going on is a concern with our speedway out at the fairgrounds. I know from my own understanding that it is a contract, more or less contract dispute, and so those are things that hopefully, I know the citizens that enjoy using that facility just want to make that something that can be of fun, joy, something for the community. And so I know that you will be listening to comments, and I hope you will take them all in and see if that is something that can be worked out in some kind of a contract dispute. And I know that then becomes work between the county commissioners and the person who does have that contract with the facility. So thank you for your time, and always thank you for being there.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Sherry Simmons. I live in Lewis, Colorado. I'm going to begin my time with a prayer. Almighty Holy God, we thank you again for our freedoms to be here this morning. We ask for forgiveness, Father, that we have allowed you to be removed from so many corners of this nation, and we invite you here this morning. We pray that our thoughts and our decisions be centered around your will and your glory. In the name of Jesus, amen. Thank you, Commissioners, for this time to speak. I appreciate y'all, and I know that this is a difficult job. That being said, I'd like to remind you that you're elected by the people. Our county does not consist of grids on a map. It consists of the community members. I'm here to ask you to fix the problems with the Speedway contract. We don't need to rehash what did or didn't happen. We don't need a blame game. It doesn't serve any purpose. There's always a solution to a problem. This community clearly supports Gene, and we're relying on you to fix things and make things right. Listen to the people. In this upside-down world that we're living in from day to day, we seem to be slapped in the face in this nation left and right. Our very founding of this nation is in jeopardy. This is the last thing that this county needs, is to have a piece of joy dismantled. I'm asking you to fix it. No blaming anybody, just fix it, make it right, and listen to the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Tony Hill. I live at 27950 County Road M, Dolores. I'd like to reiterate what Sherry just said. There's a solution for every problem that we have. I've been out here at this racetrack probably longer than anybody in this room. I've raced all over the place, and I've seen different scenarios with promoters, county commissioners, county-ran facilities. There is a solution to this problem. But my question to you guys would be, would that contract be something that each one of you guys would sign? You're going to take all full liability of everything that's wrong with that racetrack? You can't expect this man out here to come in and spend $200 grand on the place to get it up to code and then not have any compensation for it at all, and to have a year-to-year contract, or not even that. Guys, come on. We have elected you guys as the smartest people in our county to be able to resolve problems. We can get through this one. This is a minute little issue that you guys probably deal with on a daily basis. Separate all the personal issues from Gene. Gene is the guy that we want as the racers and as our community to run this racetrack. You don't have very many people with his skill set to run a racetrack. This guy can manage everything from missing toilet paper in the women's bathroom to a grader tire flat. You don't find those skill sets with very many people. Please get this resolved with Gene. The racing community wants him here. The fans love him, and he's part of our family. Even though he doesn't live in our community, he's done more for the youth in the last 3 years than probably any other organization that we have, whether you want to admit it or not. Come out to the racetrack, take a look what he's done to the youths. Please, guys, we can get through this. Whatever it takes, and believe me, there's a lot of volunteers that'll help out. What do we got to do to get that racetrack back up to what it needs to be? Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Risha Vanderway. I live in Dolores, Colorado, and I am the new superintendent for Montezuma Cortez School District RE1. And I just wanted to say that I am here because you guys represent the county, and my kids all live here, and my families all live here. So kind of your business is going to be my business, so I really look forward to working with you and learning about what some of your issues are and some of your celebrations are within the community. So thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is William Felker. I live at 1611 East 31st Street in Farmington, New Mexico. I'm the current track promoter at Fairgrounds Speedway. It's time that we set our differences aside and work this out. Because, gentlemen, I know that the three of you are smart enough you wouldn't sign that piece of paper that was thrown in front of me. I have not officially denied that I would not sign that. It says right on there, April 1st, 2022. There is no reason that between you guys and the public, not me, they know what it takes to run that track, to come up with a contract that's fair and reasonable. Now, if one of you three would sign that contract, and you take those responsibilities, I'm doing this for free anyhow, I would come and run that racetrack for you. I don't want to leave this community. These are my family. This is my family. I don't live here, but I spend a lot of time here. That racetrack brings a lot of revenue into this county, period, to the city businesses. These businesses have flourished because of that racetrack. I'm here, I want to stay. We got to set our differences aside and make this work. Montezuma County has one of the highest suicide rates around. I'm giving all kinds of children an opportunity to make something of themselves. Not every kid's going to be a county commissioner. Not every child's going to be an attorney. One day they might be working at a dealership, working on your car because we're giving them skills. You guys have to support that racetrack. Support it. Not try to screw the guy that's running it.
Thank you.
Good morning.
You can just line up. It's okay.
My name is Marion Rod. I live at 11773 Highway 145. My family built this track. I think you all know that. And I've seen many, many, many changes through the years. Oh, sorry. The best change I've seen so far is this man right here, Gene. I've never saw anybody do so much for children that this man has done. Sorry. These kids are from 10 to 14 years old. And when the race is over and they win, they get out in the front straightaway and they get out of their car and they're, and they get out. And he goes up and he says, "Do you have anything you want to say to the fans?" And those kids say, "I want to thank my mom and dad for helping me." I want to thank my grandma and grandpa for giving me money to put this car together. I want to thank my aunt and uncle and all my cousins who are here watching me. But most of all, I want to thank the fans. And these kids have experience. They're getting sportsmanship. I can tell you right now, there's some of them out there, if it was snowing and they went into a skid, they could probably take care of it better than you could. These kids are fantastic. They're good kids. They're not on the street. They're not drinking. They're not smoking, and they're not causing any trouble. But they're learning friendship, responsibility. But it's a family thing with these kids, with their parents, their grandparents, and everything. And I don't want to see this get lost. I really don't. These kids need this in Cortez. We have the rec center. Go try to go play handball. You can't get in there because all the adults are in there. The adults have taken over the rec center. These kids need something. They need something to do, but it's family. So please, please, please help them. I know the fence is in a bad, bad shape. It's been there, I think, since we built it. But not only for them, but for the safety of all these fans that are sitting out there. I'd hate to see a car come through and somebody gets hurt. It's not really the car. Parts do fly. And it's mainly for the safety of the fans and everybody else. But don't take it away from them, please.
Thank you.
Well, my name's Toby Butler. I'm from Farmington, New Mexico, 5104 Foothills Drive. I work for that man, Gene. I'll probably get emotional, because I always do, but you all know me. You ain't going to stop me from talking. Thank you, though, for letting me say something. I've worked for Gene for the last 2 years. I am the flagman at that speedway, and I'm proud to say that he does promote stuff for kids. We have a class. We call them the Young Guns, 10 to 14-year-old kids. Have you ever seen any of them? Have any of you seen them race? Any of you? Any been out there? You have. Out of all of you, she's the only one? You guys need to go out there. My gosh, you're missing out. This is your youth of your community. They're out there, the ones that are learning, and they're learning how to run equipment. They're learning how to race cars, but they're learning how to drive. They're going to be safe on your streets. And they're learning values. And it's from that man right there, Mr. Williams. I've known Gene for 40 years, over 40 years. And I can tell you right now, he's one of my best friends. And I'd work for him for anything, for peanuts. Because he loves what he does and he has a heart of gold. And if you let this man go and let this racetrack go, you're a bunch of fools. That's all I can say.
Good morning. My name's Jordan Edelman from Farmington, New Mexico, 312 Via Vista Drive. I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity for all of us letting our voices be heard this morning. I've been going to this track for over 20 years, and it seems like every other year we're getting somebody new out there. And we're having to adapt to different ways, different methods of doing things. And I've yet to see anybody that will put the blood, sweat, and tears that man right there will put into our racetrack, and it'd be a shame to lose him. Some of the biggest lessons I've learned as a young man have been out at that racetrack with my father. And as everybody has said, it's such a huge key for the youth coming up that they have somewhere to go and do the exact same thing. As a man that's getting older, there's not many things you can do to recapture that little piece of youth that we have. And I think that I speak for hundreds of people when I say that with the last couple of years, everything that life has thrown at us, that little racetrack is a place to escape reality for a while. We don't have to worry about COVID, family issues, bills, any of that. We can go out there with our friends and family. For one, honor God. 2, spend time with our loved ones. And 3, learn so many great race lessons that racetrack can give to us. So please, guys, we can't let that guy go. It has such a huge effect on our mental health that we've got to have that escape. So I appreciate your time and listening to us. My father and I spend a heck of a lot of money here coming to and from Farmington. From your Maverick to your pizzas at Handy Mart, which we all know that we get the aftermath of that the next day. But it'd be a dang shame to lose this guy and lose out on a racetrack.
In a world that's preaching, we all need to come together. Who are we not to do the same? Put differences aside, and let's all do the right thing from both sides and get something done here so we can continue to race at this racetrack. Thanks for your time.
Name's Ron Aubuchon, 1519 Arrowhead Lane, Cortez. I've been here my whole life. And like I told you in April when we all got together, we're not all horse and farm people. We're not all agricultural. We're car guys. Give us what we want. We're not saying we want it for free. We'll help. We've helped every year. I've helped, Tony's helped. Everybody in this room's helped this racetrack. And we're still willing to help this racetrack. Now we need some help from you guys. I've been out there all my life, and we don't see you guys out there. But all my life, I've gone to rodeos. And if it wasn't for Gene and the way he runs this track, I wouldn't be back out there watching, because I miss it too much. But Gene makes it enjoyable. Gene's helping other people. So in return, I try to help. Everybody in this room helps. It's time we get some help from you. You're always willing to help the agricultural side of things. The new kitchen at the fairgrounds, bike trails, whatever this county needs, you're willing to help them. Put some help out. Help this group. They deserve it just as much. We are all part of the county. And we as a group can make changes to the county. All of us. But if it doesn't happen, we as a group can make changes to make this county change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Terry Christensen. I live at 14921 Road 26 here in Dolores. I'm new to the community, relatively new. I come out every weekend to watch, and then I talked to Mr. Felkner about getting started, and he said, hey, I will help you get started. I've been racing now for just a little over a year, and I look forward to coming to the fairgrounds every weekend. I help donate, I help sponsor. I go to Gene. Gene, do you have any kids that want to get started? And he says yes or no. And I help Gene. Gene helps these kids stay out of the drugs, stay out of the gang banging, the spray painting. If it wasn't for this man, we wouldn't have this track. We need to keep him here. We need to get this resolved as soon as possible. Please, let's do something. Let's keep him here. Let's keep all these racers and all these fans here. Without him, there won't be anything. These kids will go downhill. We need to get this resolved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Christy. I live at 25.
Pull it a little bit closer.
501 Road N.6 Loop. As everyone else here, I grew up at the track when I was itty bitty. Jim Henry, my dad, has helped build the track. When I was little, they used to do a whole bunch of stuff for the kids. Growing up when I was a teenager, they stopped. I don't know who was running it then, but what I have noticed is with Gene running it, all these more kids are involved. What else are they supposed to do here? For instance, I have a 14-year-old stepson who, there's nothing to do here other than FFA. Because of COVID, they've closed everything down. My kid goes to the racetrack and he has so much fun. He's not getting in trouble. He's not doing drugs. So whatever we can to make it work, I think you guys and Gene should make it work, because I'm living proof I'm not in trouble. So is my son. He hasn't caused no bit of trouble whatsoever. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tiffany Small, and I live at 422 North Willow in Minkus. I want to start off, guys, and I want to personally invite every single one of you guys to be there this weekend. We race Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I think that as community leaders, you need to set an example and show that you guys support us by just showing up. You don't have to watch the whole race. Come and watch just the youth. Come and watch just one class. Show up and make yourself present. We're making ourselves present because we care. I want to see that in return from you guys. Joel, I know you've been out there, Candelaria, Lindsley. I don't know if you guys have been there, but I personally invite you guys to show up again. If you have been, keep coming. As you've heard, these youth need it. It's more than just the youth, though. Every single person out here has benefited from that track. I'm looking out there, you know, and I'm just using examples. Tony Hill is a business owner who doesn't have to help our community at all. He's a small local business owner, but he does. Terry Christensen is the same way. And you know what? My kids benefit from both those men more than I could ever possibly say. You know, my son stepped foot onto that racetrack after years of begging me and is a whole different person. I mean, his just well-being is a whole different thing. In return, his friends have now engaged themselves in the love of racing. His little sister is following right in his footsteps. And to be honest with you, without Jean, Sissy, and the support of every single person in this room, whether they're here for the racetrack or something else, Montezuma County can't afford to lose that. We can't afford to lose the fact that we have kids that are stepping up to something that they can look forward to every day. We know there isn't a lot to do in Montezuma County, but let's make something more for them to do. Let's make it a huge deal. Let's have the county as a whole come together, build something that's indestructible. I want to be better than Price, Utah, where everybody wants to come to us instead of us having to think, oh my gosh, we have to drive that far to race. I want to be the best racetrack around and have everybody come to us. Amen. You guys can't say that we don't benefit as a county, because I have personal friends that drive from Utah that come down here to support us, to support our track, to see our youth race. I have never once not seen every single person in here glued to that fence watching those youth race. They care. They want to see that continue. And as those youth continue, as they grow and build families, it's going to continue to grow even more. We got to step it up, guys. I don't care what differences there is. If there's some between you guys and Jean or what the case is, it's got to stop. We are Montezuma County. It's not Jean and you. Let's change this. Let's make this happen, and let's become a community as we're supposed to be.
My name is Rayful Bryan. I live at 403 South Market Street. I've been here and talked with all of you gentlemen before. We've all had discussions, all of us. I know all of you on a personal level as well. Not just school, but long time. Also, my dad has helped. I just want to let you guys know, my dad helped build that racetrack. He welded the bleachers together with a bunch of gentlemen, and it is the exact same way that he did 30 some odd years ago. Real quick, I asked a couple of racers about some other counties and some other information. If this is part of let's get the county's input, then let's figure out a way for us to put it on a ballot so that the county, the 28,000 some odd of us, can decide whether or not that this is viable for the county money to be used at a profit facility. I found out that Millard County ended up doing something similar to this, and they end up setting money aside every year. They set a chunk aside originally that was voted on by the people, and then they set a chunk aside every year. Looking back through our budget, I noticed there's $4.5 million in 2020 spent on quote unquote other projects. Another $500,000 spent on state trails, if I remember, or trails of other some sort. If there's no way for us to figure out a way to come up with money whenever we're spending money on a budget that you can clearly see where we can spend the money, then we can figure this out. Another one is this gentleman right here let everybody know that we do have a pretty hefty savings. I don't understand why $200,000 set aside every year, and again, decided on by the people, isn't a crazy ask. Again, when we have kitchens being rebuilt for that much. We have generators. I think I saw a backup admin generator for $130,000. There's just small things here, guys, that, you know, I see that we need as a county, but whenever you guys own that property as a county, you can fix that too.
David Robeson, 15329 County Road 31, Mancos, Colorado, 81328. Good morning, gentlemen. I support the racetrack. I want to see it continue in the county. I think it's good for us. It brings money in. It gives something for the youth to do. We need to try and find a way to negotiate a better contract so that Gene can stay here and provide this for us. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Andy Bundy. I live at 501 South Market Street, and I just wanted to say, please give us a chance. We've worked hard out of that track. And as far as the youth goes, I actually have a phone call out to Pinion Project for hopefully next year. You guys will let us have it, to let the kids from the Pinion Project somehow get out there with, because I know they give bus rides and stuff. I also talked to the lady last night about the suicide prevention team. I know they do a lot of stuff with the kids as well, and hopefully we can get them into our track next year. And another thing, if you guys please come out this weekend and just see those kids ride. The smiles on their faces, all of the parents out there smiling. Come and enjoy it with us. Come see what our family is about. All these people right here, we're all family. We're back to back. We love each other. And I want you guys to please come out and enjoy it this weekend. Hope to see you guys there.
Morning. I'm Bud Griffin. I live out at 19820 County Road 21, Lewis. I've been associated with the racetrack for quite a while, and I'm out there as one of the techs. And I'm into the livestock. I raise my own beef, pork, so I go to the rodeos and all this kind of stuff too. But I also support the racetrack. There's all kinds of different people. I grew up with you guys, and I'm not really happy in what's going on right now. And for instance, I've got an old truck out at the house. Don't have a motor or transmission. Kent, will you rent that from me for $25 a month? Sir? This is your time to comment. Yeah, okay. And Jim, would you rent it $25 a month? No. Joe? No. Will you expect him to rent a facility that has fallen apart and it's your guys' responsibility to put together and keep it that way? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Katie Barthel. I have been the track medic for the last 6 years. Sorry, I live in Ignacio, Colorado. Being the medic allows me, inside, to see things that other people don't see. And this track is run one of the safest tracks that I've ever been to, and I've been to quite a few. The effort that goes into keeping everyone safe, particularly on the part of Gene, is tremendous. And in the last 6 years that I've been there, we've not had any major incidents, medically, anything like that. We've done a fantastic job of preventing major injuries and keeping everyone safe. As a medical professional, the problem that I do see is the upkeep of the facilities. The bleachers are dangerous. They are very large, and the steps are way too large. We have a lot of old people and kids, and it's dangerous. It's an accident waiting to happen. And at a certain point, the county becomes liable for any injuries that are sustained due to these poor facilities. We're not asking for the world. You guys designate money for, the rodeo facilities, for bicycle trails. We're just asking for equitable treatment. We just want to be treated the same as everybody else and given the same chance to succeed as everyone else. There is the true pandemic in this community is drugs, alcohol, and mental health issues. We are contributing to improving all of those conditions, giving people something to do. There is a dire lack of things to do that are safe and healthy, and we're putting forth our best effort to try and fix those things. We need your help. We want your help. So, thank you.
My name is Garland Malcolm. I live at 26061 Road 18, Pleasant View. I have kids from age 20 down to 3 years old. My 20-year-old has never raced on this track, but he has lived in the pits with the other young kids racing. It has saved him from the drugs when he was on that road. This racetrack means a lot to these kids. I didn't even know who Gene Williams was until all this started happening. I go to the races. I used to race in Palm Springs and Palm Desert on dirt roads. But my older son knew who he was. He had stepped up and he had talked to him when he was getting ready to go down the major wrong path. And he has saved my son. My son now has a good job. He's now got his head on his shoulder. This racetrack means a lot. There's not very much in this county for families to go do as a family, which is what this county used to be about when I was growing up. We've taken it all away. This is something that the families and the kids can all enjoy that's good, that keeps the kids on the right track. I think Gene's done an awesome job at saving our kids, and I think he needs to be allowed, but the problem needs fixed.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Velker. I also go by Sissy. Sorry, I'll try not to get choked up. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. My husband is Gene. It doesn't matter who takes this track. I'm asking you guys to take a trip out there, walk the grounds. The place is falling apart. And like your community is begging for, please don't shut it down, but that's where it's headed. It's falling apart. The score tower, when it rains, it floods in there and it goes down to the old concession stand. It's about ready to collapse. The stands are about ready to collapse, and it's like they said, old people are going up and down there. I'm surprised. No, I'm not surprised that we haven't had anybody fall, because my flagman here, Toby, I say, Toby, please pray. We gotta pray. Make sure everybody is safe here. It's only by God that people haven't gotten hurt out there. But those of you that have not walked your grounds, shame on you. This is sad. And it is no, like, it's not just the young racers out there, it's the kids. We have probably 200 kids to teenagers that go out and watch. Some of the parents pull up and let them out, and they have a blast. We don't have problems with them. I'm telling you, you are ruining a lot if you guys do not get your act together and fix this place up. My husband has spent so much of our money, and it's only put a Band-Aid on it, out of our own pocket, the last 3 years. And it's about caused a divorce over it because of all the money. But I can see where he comes from. He loves the people here. He loves your children. It's time to do something.
You can come back up. Yes, ma'am. Is everybody finished for the first time around? I will allow one more comment if she wants to speak again. Is everybody finished for the first time?
It's your turn, Larry Don.
There's a young man that races out there, and nobody's brought this up, but he's handicapped. And he races with special equipment, and he absolutely loves it. What does that tell you?
Thank you.
My name's Larry Don Sukla. I live at 13657. I think all three of you are very reasonable men, and I think that you can work through the contract with whoever it is that runs the racetrack, but I want to give a different perspective, the other side of the contract. I read the contract online, and it read to me like I was going to be leasing vacant ground. And I'll give you an example. I personally rent 30 acres. It has 30 shares of water, which is worth $150,000. The people that I rent it from for the year at a time, they irrigate it for me. I can park a trailer or whatever I need to on that property, and I pay $5,000. I think the $15,000 is exorbitant, and it doesn't need to be that much. One of the other issues is that Gene is also a for-profit and not a 501c, which a 501c, there's a lot of good 501cs out there. There's also, in my opinion, probably half of the 501cs are a tax shelter. The Clinton Foundation is a 501c, and I don't think we want our racetrack ran like the Clinton Foundation. So the other thing is about the county helping somebody that's for profit on a business. And I'll give you several examples. I did it as a commissioner. You guys have done it as commissioners. So you ran fiber optic. You spent $300,000 to run down to the Love truck stop and all those businesses in between. If my calculations are correct, I would imagine that the Love truck stop is probably a for-profit business. You also gave $78,000 to the Dolly Parton Book Foundation for $78,000 to help our kids learn how to read. And Chuck Forth, which he does a very good job at that. He also finances the transactions, and I believe he's for profit. So there was another taxpayer expenditure where somebody is going to benefit in the private sector, which he should benefit. I think that if you would come together with this contract and work with whoever it is, we need that racetrack. There's also all kinds of funding. Instead of suggesting that, he didn't go to the grant writer, how about bring the grant writer to him? How about show him how to apply for DOLA funds, which is the Department of Local Affairs. They used to have $300 million a year in that account, but since our current administration in Colorado, it's about to $150 million, and that is the direct taxes off of our oil and gas. So maybe you could apply for a DOLA grant. I know that half of the funding for our employees out there at the fairgrounds is provided by lottery funds. So you buy a lottery ticket and you're helping fund our fairgrounds. But let's come together. You're reasonable men, and hopefully we can keep this track here and keep our youth racing. Thank you.
Everybody here knows my name. I'm going to say one last thing. I thank you guys for your support. On record, I'm willing to sit down with you guys reasonably. We can talk about this. If you choose not to have me come back as the promoter at the Fairgrounds Speedway, I will accept that. But I think as grown men, we should sit down together and work something out. I'm not asking you to bend over backwards at all, but you got to be reasonable. One last thing. True West Rodeo is a for-profit business. They lease that rodeo arena out there 9 times a year. I haven't seen anybody spank their hand for trying to make $1.
Okay, before we go on with this, has everybody, you can go ahead and come forward, but has everybody had the opportunity to at least speak their first time?
Okay.
So I want to make sure that they all get their
Yeah.
first opportunity, so thank you.
I'm Cynthia Ropesian. I live at 25567 County Road T.5 in Dolores. That's something for families to do out there. And remember, we elected you guys. You guys you work for us, basically. And I just want you to remember that. And we need to do something about the racetrack. It helps all kinds of people, and it helps this community a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I didn't see anybody come on.
So once again, my name's Tiffany. Previously last week I had sent Shaq a video. I didn't let him know I was coming this week, so that's kind of failure on my part to have it prepared for me. But I just want to say, you know, speaking from two kids who race, and yeah, I'm going to get emotional, but you know, my son went to our meeting last night with us. My daughter went to the meeting with us last night to help figure out where we can resolve these issues with the county. And my son is 12, my daughter is 10, and all they could say on the way home was, we can't lose that track. You know, guys, truly, I don't think you realize how much they need that. In return, you don't realize how much I need that track. And same with every person in this room. And I know you guys are saying that you don't want to get rid of the track, but you're saying you want to get rid of him. And that's the issue. My kids couldn't race without the opportunity that Gene gives us. My family couldn't be out there without the opportunity of going and helping with manpower and things like that to pay for our pit passes. You know, there's so many opportunities that he gives that you guys don't see. And I personally work the gate at the booth when you come in, and I want to shake every single one of your hands. Kim, I want you there. Joel, Candelaria, everybody, Ian, Shaq, everybody, please walk through that booth, shake my hand, and let me know you're there. Represent us. Show us that you guys care. I don't think you understand that, yes, all of us have been up here talking about the youth and how much it means to us to have them there, but all of us need those youth just as much as they need us. You guys, please, please, we're begging. Work with us, work with Gene, keep him here. No, he's not from here, but obviously he spends money to us to be here and takes time out of his daily life to come here and support us as a whole. And I'm just begging you guys, from the perspective of two kids that he's made more of a life influence on than you guys know, to please keep this track open. Make it happen for us, make it happen for them. If you change two kids' lives as yourselves, you should be proud of yourselves. Because I know he's changed a lot more than just those two, and you guys need to continue to help him.
Thank you.
My name's Andy. I just want to show you guys this picture. This is my little boy, he's 5. So, my little boy's in kindergarten. He goes to that racetrack with Gene Ring, and Gene Williamson's allow him to go out there and work with the track and learn the water track. At school, he started kindergarten this year. He comes home, I hate myself. I'm stupid. I don't know school, Mom. I'm dumb. He's 5, guys. But you know where he gets to escape to? He gets to escape out there where all of these people love him. Gene, he gave him his very first race car. Sissy has been out there. He loves Sissy. He gives him hugs. He's somebody out there. You guys want to talk about suicide prevention? I don't say that my 5-year-old's going to commit suicide, but I'm saying it begins when they're 5, guys. You don't understand when we say, please keep Gene, that he keeps these kids going. They're starting at age 5 to say they hate theirself. And that racetrack, he gets to escape. He gets to go and have fun. He gets to go and get encouragement by all of these people. Just because books are not his thing, race cars, motors, engines, things that go, That gives him hope. I hope you guys really get your act together and allow us to keep Gene. He's made a huge impact on my life, my kid's life. Please be open-minded and have an open heart. Come out and see us.
Okay.
I have a picture to show you guys also. This is, we have a 510 Army truck, and we went out to the racetrack, and we filled the back of that truck with the kids from the pits. And these are all the kids. We filled it totally. And that helps the youth, and it keeps them out of trouble. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Okay, this will be the last comment because everybody's went around one time. I've given everybody the opportunity for their comment. And now several people for the second time around. We have a full docket ahead of us. So I will, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Toby, I
Candelaria.
think.
Yeah, my name's Toby Butler. Y'all know me. I'm the flagman. And like I say, the flagman, the head flagman of that racetrack. I feel like I'm a leader out there. These kids, they look up to me. I mean, it's amazing. And I came out of retirement. I flagged for 20, maybe 20, over 20 different promoters in 40 years I've done this. The best one you ever had is right there. Guarantee it. I've done Jack Nelson, Mike Grady. I can go on and on and on and on. People I've flagged for. And I consider myself pretty good at what I do. And I tell you what, when I came out of retirement to help him because of them kids, and what I see what he does with these kids is amazing. Him and his wife gave out over 50 or 50 some odd backpacks to kids in the grandstands. Backpacks to help them go to school. 100. It was 100. You know, that's the kind of stuff they do out of their pocket. Not out of the racetrack money. And to me, this is the county's facility. These people own this facility. They're asking you, what they're asking you is to fix it up. Please come out there. You come out there and see me on the flag stand. Please do it. Because you can look at our fence. We can't even have sprint cars out there, which you would have so many people in this county if you had sprint cars out there once in a while. You can't have them because the fence will not allow the insurance. The insurance won't allow it because of the fence. The grandstands, yes. I'm an old man. I'm 62 years old. I have a heck of a time getting them up them. You know, it's not easy out there, folks. We could use some gravel to keep the mud holes down. We're not asking for a lot, but you guys need to fix the place up. Fix it up, and the people will come. They'll come because of him. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will close public comment. And gentlemen, do you want to move to a commissioner's report now, or do you want to keep it where it's at?
Whatever we need to do.
Okay. All right. Well, there were some questions asked, so we're going to move it to the commissioner's report from clear down at the bottom up to the top to push us in here to public comment. So there were a few questions. Okay.
Or not.
I don't mean to interrupt, but if you six want to come to the racetrack, I'll pay for you and your spouses personally. Come enjoy it one night, one day, 3 days this come weekend. I'll pay for you guys and your spouses. On me. Ian, enjoy it, bud.
Okay, we're going to move right into the community intervention plan.
Just in case there's any questions on the budget, you'll be better off.
Actually, give me about a two-minute caucus here. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
All right, how are you all?
We're good.
Good.
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah, wonderful.
Good.
How are you guys?
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Life is good. Okay.
Well, as far as from my perspective, I believe that, check. I believe that we have discussed and you know the details of it. You have the proposed a rough draft of a budget, if you will, in front of you. I don't have any more to add to this beyond in the questions that we've answered. I think that were put out, that we've provided answers to the best of our ability. I think from my perspective, I don't know if there's any other questions that you have, and I'll let the chief and Marshall and Stacy speak.
Just so you guys know, we got those answers late last night. It was a IT technical issue. It wasn't on anybody else's fault. I think it was our fault as far as the IT department. So I think I got them at 9 o'clock last night. So pretty tough when I'm doing all my other readings.
Yep.
So I'm not going to make any excuses. I'm just letting you know that we didn't get those answers until like 9 o'clock last night.
Okay.
To those questions. But anyway,
I don't have anything else to add, commissioners. We've discussed this over the course of months and just waiting to hear what the county would like to do.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I think, we've had several discussions with you gentlemen, and I think everything we have to say we've kind of said, and we are just looking forward to seeing what you gentlemen, if you agree to support or not, and then we're anxious to move forward one way or the other.
so I do have another question because I've actually reviewed your budget again. Originally, we talked about contract employees for the clinicians and the EMTs, correct? And now we have actual FTEs and benefits with those. Is that still just
Well, they would still be contract employees. That's just how their pay is broken down, because where they work, they would still have benefits.
Yeah, the bulk of the expense is really in salaries, and so we just wanted to show you that breakdown and what that looks like.
okay? Okay, and then obviously we were unable to attend the Mountain Ute Tribe. They canceled their
Entire meeting.
They canceled their entire meeting, which
and
was one of the questions that we had asked if they were on board with the program, and we actually tried to get down there and get to a meeting with them, but we're unable to. However, that doesn't mean that we're not going to make a decision. We're going to obviously do that for you guys today.
Sure. And I believe Commissioner Stevenson had asked about support from the other Pleasant View, Lewis Areola, I think is how it was articulated. And I did email all of the fire chiefs and let them know about the meeting today, and if they were in favor of it. I received one reply back from Chief Zion. He said he was in full support, but he had a prior commitment for today. He was going to try and send someone to represent Dolores, but I'm not sure he was able to accomplish that. But they were all notified, and I definitely mentioned to them that if there was any concerns, comments, to reach out to anybody, either the group or yourselves.
Okay, gentlemen, it's back to us now. Back to us. Question?
No, I've got to be straightforward with you guys. I attended a opiate-based Zoom meeting with people from CU Med, and in that meeting, they were talking a lot about Southwest Colorado. But also in that meeting, Commissioner from La Plata County, I contacted him later, And I have serious concerns about Access Health's support in this and being able to deliver the services that we need. And without Access's support and their cornerstone, I can't support this. Access has got to step up their game and deliver.
Is there a particular concern that you have with Access Health System?
We've got
or-
people in ERs for 7 days. We got people, they have to call the state to get you guys to perform.
Well, sir, I think that there's a lot of things in community mental
No,
health.
this is coming from people that are delivering the services
Right.
out there, and
I
you guys can't
understand,
back them up.
And I understand the exact case. I'm familiar with the exact case that you're talking about.
This is multiple cases.
So, yes, and there are a lot of complications in with community mental health. What I can say is that we're dedicated to this program. I think that you've seen us at the meetings, you've seen Haley put in a lot of time and effort into this. And it's not because we're getting paid for this at this moment. We're doing this because we believe it's the right thing for the community, and we do believe that we will be a good partner for this.
I heard that before in other delivery of services from Access, and it's not there.
You know,
You guys have tied up all the mental health licenses in this area.
you know,
You
that's.
can't even get any competition.
We are the community mental health center for this area. There are private practitioners that are here. Behavioral health there isn't a lot of competition in the Cortez area. And it is hard to, it is hard to attract people to come to Cortez right now. However, we're dedicated to this community. We have a lot of qualified and excellent clinicians, and we would work very hard for this program, and I think that we've demonstrated that through our effort on this committee.
And you guys have to realize, we're looking at a $2 million shortfall in our budgets next year. We have a jail that needs fixed. We have a courthouse that needs fixed. And those aren't cheap. I can't go out on a new program like this with unknowns and not being able to support it and have it function for the next 3 to 5 years.
And those are considerations that, I respect related to your responsibilities. However, I can say from Access Health System standpoint, we feel confident in our ability to do this. We're committed to it. We feel like it's the right thing for the community. And if you would like us to participate, we're willing to come to the table.
I don't know, it's something that this community needs. It's something that this community needs. We're in dire need of this program. I feel if we're just kicking the can down the road if we don't get started on something. That's where I feel.
If I may, real quick, I've been not participating in the commissioners' meetings, every single Tuesday or Monday afternoon. But I do believe there's one common denominator that I've heard, and I heard it this morning loud and clear. I hope everybody heard it loud and clear, that mental health crisis, keeping kids busy, taking care of issues. As we stated previous meetings, that the problem's only going to get worse. It is not going to get better, and it's going to affect the commerce of our community. I believe that it already does. It's just hard to quantify that, because how many people are going to specifically tell you that they were had a negative experience, whether it's at a hotel, motel, or whether it's at at the park or a restaurant or whatever it is, because of a substance abuse issue or a mental health crisis that somebody was suffering from, and there was a negative experience for that person or persons. Family. So, I get the whole deal. Money's tight. Yeah, absolutely. Absolute agreement with that. I'm working with the same issues at the fire district, but I guarantee that if we don't do something to at least try
Sheriff Nellen said it at the Dolores Town Board meeting. If we don't try, nothing's going to happen. So that's exactly where we'll be, is back to square one, nothing happening. And it continues to evolve into a giant that is going to be much more difficult to tackle and take care of and try to resolve than if we started today or January 1st of 2022. Thank you.
And I agree with Jay. I don't know how you quantify, the effect on commerce, but I field numerous emails a week regarding some of the issues that people that visit the city experience in the parks and at the grocery stores and stuff like that. And I think having a program that can start addressing this needs to be a priority.
Okay.
And
Justin, or is it my turn?
It's your turn, sir.
I would add, certainly if any of you would like to talk about Access Health Systems and the challenges that we have and engage, I would be happy to meet with each of you. I do hope that we're not the deterrent for this program. I really think that this is about law enforcement. I was at a meeting last night and I was so excited to talk to law enforcement and the support that they're receiving on the ground because of a program like this. And so, again, I would be happy to talk to each of you about Access Health System and, talk about solutions for the community. And I hope that this isn't a deterrent for you when it comes to this program, because it really is about the community here and how to support law enforcement with some of the really intense and real challenges that they're facing and getting them different resources.
Okay. Well, actually, I would appreciate that specifically because I would agree with Commissioner Lindsay. We have not had a great experience with Access, and I'm not blaming you. It just doesn't seem like those have been concentrated here in Montezuma County at all. They move. I realize you guys have the 5 regions or the 5 counties within our region that you take care of, and though we're not the largest by any means, it seems like we are forgotten or left out. And that's a big concern of ours. We don't want our people left out, and mental health is a huge issue here. We get it, we understand it. Well, actually, I don't understand it, but we know that it's growing and it's going to continue to grow. Commissioner Stevenson and I did a talk last Saturday to a group, and I agree. I don't want you to be a deterrent. I have my trepidation with Access. I am concerned. I don't know if you'll be able to facilitate this. However, I don't also want to look at these 3 gentlemen on the other side of this and say I'm so fearful that I'm not willing to move forward to try something. And you're right, Chief Balfour, if we don't try something, we are not going to ever succeed. We do have one-time money. We've told you guys that this is a one-time deal. It was ARP money, and if it doesn't succeed and you're not successful on your own, it's a one-time contribution the way I see it, and because it's not coming down again, and there's no way to fund it at all. So again, I apologize. I did not get a lot of time to review that email at 9 o'clock last night when it got to us. But, it's in our hands, and I think we need to make a decision. And I trust, I look at 3 guys that I know personally, have worked with most of my life, and I trust them. And with that, I would be willing to move forward with it. I do have extreme concerns, though, and I'd love to sit down with you to try and figure out how you are going to make Montezuma County a priority.
Is that going to be in a workshop meeting, or is that going to be one-on-one?
It can be one-on-one. It doesn't matter to me. If it's in a workshop, that's great. You can address all three of us, and that would have to be on a Monday. Whatever your time will allow. It's probably better to get us all three at one time.
Yep.
So, not to take up and waste any more of your time, gentlemen, I would move that we accept this
Okay.
program.
Oh, okay. Here we are again.
Obviously stating that it is a one-time basis. It is a one-time fill through the ARP funds that we are receiving, and that we try something and move it forward.
I'll second that.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we support the community intervention plan for a one-time infusion for the year 2022, and that after that they would be completely upon their own. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go. You have
Thank
your
you,
answer,
gentlemen.
and
Let's make it work.
please set up a time
Prove me wrong.
quickly that we can get together.
Yep, that would be great.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, public safety presentations. We'll go right into Sheriff Nowlin.
You fixed your glitches from yesterday?
Oh, we're gonna find out, aren't we?
Well, it'll be a lot quicker, hopefully.
Gee whiz. If it's anything like yesterday, God, hang on. Ta-da, ta-da, look at that. Shoes of criminy. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Jim. Jack, Ryan.
Morning.
Okay, start off with, I wanted to give you the latest information as far as calls for service and jail report. For the month of August, we had 1,485 calls for service in Montezuma County. That was provided to you. You can see that we're actually increasing and covering traffic crashes that the State Patrol doesn't cover. Most of them are off-highway vehicle or on public land. Our drug activity has increased. In fact, there are ongoing narcotics investigations and operations for the next month and a half, with some even actually happening this week. As you can see, that our calls for service are just continuing. Livestock calls at large are starting to drop, but unfortunately when cattle get moved back down, I hope they make sure their fences are in order there to help keep them off the road and out of people's driveways and whatnot. We have had several assist other agencies, and that is ongoing with both Cortez and Ute Mountain Ute, BIA, and Dolores County Sheriff's Office with things that are happening around. I did meet with a new lieutenant with BIA, and they are going to have a new chief down there this week, I think. So hopefully we'll be able to sit down, and I hope that they reach out to you. I'll always encourage them to come and introduce themselves to you, so that'll help open some doors, I hope. The next month there will be the third quarter review that you'll have for the comparisons that you asked for for the third quarter. That'll be in October. As far as the jail is concerned, we're running about 88 right now.
as of today. There will be some inmates that'll actually be going out. God dang, I tell you. Here we go. I don't know what it is with this PDF, but it's getting crazy. All right. So, for transports for the month of August, we had 16 adults, no juveniles last month. Total of 5,393 miles traveled, 212 and a half hours of time during these transports, consisting of a minimum of 2 deputies. For the per diem costs and travel costs, you can see for the month of August, we had 6 deputies that were involved in those transports. The cost was only $53.63. That's because those were daily trips and not overnights. For the month of August, our highest day was August the 6th, where we had 98 inmates in the facility. You can see the numbers as far as, let me move it up there, as far as male and female that come in from the county, from the city, from Dolores, or from Dolores County. There are none from Mancos or Dolores municipals. It has steadily started to drop, and it just back and forth, just so you know that there's large numbers that come in, large numbers that are bonded out. Here's the daily overview for a month of August, where you can see where, like on the 2nd, we had 11 arrests come in, 6 were released out of that. Dropped down to the 9th of August, you can see that 4 came in, 10 went out. So it's back and forth like that all the time.
Steve, in looking at the arrests, why are the city's numbers so low?
Because they're charging under not municipal charges, under state charges. There you go. So, the chief was here. You should have asked him that. Should have kept him here. So it's fine. For our reports, as far as the breakdown of costs and whatnot, the number of prisoners, you can see 114 males for the month of August, 35 females, total 149 for the month of August. And as far as municipals, you can see where Dolores County had 4 males, 1 female, total of 5. Mancos and Dolores had none. And the city of Cortez, if I can go back up there, let's see. I don't see that they had any at all. So we can go in and look at that's our next page here. For the city of Cortez that came in, they were actually going out. The longest that a city arrest for municipal charges were was just 11 days. They have been billed $2,850 at the $75 per day cost. Dolores County, these are their inmates. We're still going to have 2 of them here on felony holds. You can see they'll remain in here. 1 was sentenced to 22 days for the month of August. Total billing to Dolores County was $6,375. Department of Corrections, you can see that we had 7 here, total of 48 days. The longest that we've had is, and I don't know when this person's going to be released. I'm not sure exactly where the court is at with that. He's been sentenced, but why he's still here for 24 days, I'm not positive. But we bill them at $75 a day, even though they don't pay that. So we sent a bill for $3,600.
I've got a question, and this may somewhat be a legal question too. So for both of you though, I know a lot of the inmates we're seeing in the jail and some of these DOC have mental health issues going on. And since they're not willing, since the Department of Corrections is not willing to pay the full amount that it costs to house them, can we bill them for each of the inmates' personalities?
I don't know, Ian.
You know,
What's the question?
Let's go on, guys. Let's go on.
Thanks for bringing it up there,
no.
Chuck. You don't want an answer, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can't do that, obviously,
Okay.
but I think that there is a bigger point to be made here. You know, we're not necessarily required to do these DOC holds.
That
And-
was where I was going, because we have stated several times that because we're not going to get paid for the DOC holds, why do we continue to do them? I thought we could refuse them legally.
That was parole holds. These
thought it
are
was-
Oh, these are the DOC holds. Okay, yeah,
Right.
there is a distinction between the parole
Yeah, there
holds
are.
and the
There-
DOC
it's
holds.
different.
And the DOC holds, that is a standard set by the state, and that's one that we don't have the option on. The parole holds, we don't have to do a
Their
parole
standard
hold.
for the fee that they pay, their fee schedule is also higher than what they're paying us.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
why are we not receiving the full amount? Those prisoners still cost everybody in the county to keep them in that facility, and we're not getting reimbursed our $75 a day.
The previous county attorney addressed that too with them, and I think we were all told that they just didn't want to discuss it with you. By statute, the Board of County Commissioners are the only ones that can enter into that agreement cost with the Director of the Department of Corrections.
So when do we get a new agreement? Because I've never seen it.
I haven't either.
I haven't either. I'm not
So
sure.
How do we get it? Because
Yeah.
we should be reimbursed for
Mhm.
those DOC holds.
Exactly.
Commissioner,
We're not.
I'll do some work on this week, see if we can't get a copy of the agreement. I don't know whether it was circulated through, I don't think it was circulated through our office in the past. I don't know when it was entered into, but I can get a copy of the agreement and we can give that a look and see what's going on. Because
I
it
would-
is a shortage, and so
I
I'll
would
work
ask
with
for
the
your
sheriff
help,
too.
Ian, because that's something that we've been tackling for years, okay?
Right.
And when I've met with them and whatnot, they understand, okay? Also, under the legislators' opinions about and changes annually to what is reimbursable, there is a lot of wiggle room, because there are some counties that are receiving more than Montezuma County. So, and I think that was something that the previous county attorney found out. And it doesn't surprise me. But I can't enter into an agreement because I would have done it a long time ago with them. Yeah, and to increase that cost. They understand that, but we also had discussions about parole, and we do not have to hold parole violators. And so there are no more parole holds. Department of Parole has to actually issue an arrest warrant, and they're only held for 72 hours for their meetings with the parole board. After that, it's goodbye. Yeah. So, and those are violations that they've been charged with here in the county on state charges. So they're no different than any other arrest. But
Yeah, the parole holds was an issue that I worked on specifically, and,
Right.
and we were able to get that taken care of.
Mhm.
I'm not sure how the DOC agreement is in place, and so we'll figure it out and we'll get an answer.
Yeah.
I'll work with you as well, Sheriff, this week, and we can talk.
You betcha. And I provided the letters that I get annually from the Department of Corrections through the legislators of what they will reimburse the counties for holding DOC prisoners. And that's been a contention from day one. They're not paying the same amount that everybody else is having to pay to help with the upkeep and the maintenance and the cost of having that detention facility. It's just their fair share should be the same as everybody else. And I feel, personally, I feel bad that, that Dolores County and the municipalities have to pay more and the state doesn't. Again, it's one of those things that the state seems to always, they do whatever they do, and the rest of us don't seem to have a say in it, and it's not right. Our legislators and representatives know this, so, okay.
So, Sheriff, I've got our public lands, and I just glanced at the time, and I typically try to get that done at 10 a.m., but I'm way behind right now, so can we stop, get them on and off of Zoom, so, and then I'll bring you back up? Do you mind? I just, they've been hanging on, and I typically try, but like I said, I just glanced at the clock, and I'm
I
way
can't
behind.
guarantee that. Okay, good, I'm off. Thanks, Shaq, for cutting me off. Appreciate it. All right.
So we're going to have to rearrange this again. So we're going to go back to the Zoom link with our public lands right now, and I think I saw earlier we had Connie. With the BLM.
Do you want me to start, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am. You can go ahead and start.
Very good. Let me turn something down so our background noise reduces. So, good morning, Commissioners. I don't have a whole lot of updates today, so I was able to participate in your briefing session on the NCA the other day, and so I'm kind of curious where that will be going. So, any questions or whatever, please let me know. And the BLM will be reviewing, as we've indicated with the other BOCCs, that we'll be taking a look at the language to make sure that we provide good feedback on, what that legislation could mean as we implement it. So, making sure that words are understandable by the BLM if Congress were to pass that legislation and put it into place, and we get to implement it. So we'll be doing that in the next several weeks and getting that back to the respective boards and the senator's office. So just a FYI on that. The only other item I had today was we will be hosting our Southwest Resource Advisory Council meeting coming up next month. And I believe I've mentioned this, the Federal Register notice notifying the public of that meeting should have been published today. And so folks can find that in the Federal Register. But those dates are for October 20th and 21st. And the first day will be a field trip in the Silverton area for the RAC members, just to talk about management challenges up there and have discussions regarding the Alpine Loop and all of those great places up there. And then the second day, it will be hosted as a Zoom meeting, and we're still trying to navigate whether or not we can have an in-person meeting as well, but we will be providing that Zoom link for the 21st. The meeting was originally planned to be at the Holiday Inn in Durango, Colorado, so we're hoping to be able to host both the in-person meeting and the Zoom portion of that, though we are held to a limit of less than 50 people per our federal guidance. So just a heads up on that. In addition to that Federal Register notice notifying the public of the RAC meeting, we are also notifying folks of the opportunity to be nominated as part of the Resource Advisory Council. We have two folks that are going to be term limited, and their terms expire in February of 2022. So we will be recruiting for two additional new RAC members for those to replace those folks, and based on their term limits. So we'll be looking for that. I will get you the information on how community members can apply for the Southwest Resource Advisory Council. And if they have any questions, I'm happy to answer any and all questions regarding that. Our Resource Advisory Councils are FACA-approved councils. They give advice to the BLM, they pass resolutions, and the BLM has become quite reliant on their viewpoints They represent constituents within our district boundaries of the 3 field offices in Montrose, Gunnison, and Dolores Durango. So it's an important role that the BLM relies on. So please spread the word. And if you have any questions, feel free to contact me at the BLM office here in Dolores.
Connie, just.
And that's all I had, Commissioners. Do you have questions for me this morning?
Yes, this is Kent Lindsay. Those 2 seats open, I know there's categories of seats. Which ones are open?
The 2 positions that will be open are in Category 1 and Category 2. So unfortunately, government representatives, which are typically qualified under Category 3, would not be available this time around.
Thank you.
You bet.
I have nothing.
All right, other questions?
No, you're going to get off pretty easy today, Connie.
Well, I think I've earned it for whatever reason. So anyway, thank you, Commissioners. Really appreciate your time. I know that James is out looking at the paths to Mesa Verde today, as well as the BLM. So we're very excited to continue to partner with the county and the community on that. So, and it looks like our new Park Service Superintendent is on. So Casey, I haven't met you yet. So hello, I'm Connie. I'm the field manager here at BLM. So I look forward to working with you. All right, Commissioners, back to you. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
All right. Thank you, Connie. Have a great day. Casey, we'll go ahead and go to you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for inviting me to participate in the Public Lands Update. I am newly in my position here. I've been here about 3 weeks. My name is Casey Cook Collins, and I came most recently from Flagstaff Area National Monuments near Flagstaff, Arizona. I've got over 30 years of Park Service experience, and most of it in kind of the Colorado Plateau area. I feel like I have some ties to the Mesa Verde area because my grandfather and my grandmother on my mom's side both grew up in Mancos, and I'm excited to be following in my grandfather's footsteps in that he ended his lengthy Park Service career as the superintendent for Mesa Verde National Park as well. So I look forward to working with you and other stakeholders and other local elected officials over the next number of years. I have a few brief updates for you. As new as I am in my job, I'd like to provide you with some information if I have a few minutes. May I proceed?
You do. Yes, you may.
Great. Great. If you're curious about visitation for Mesa Verde National Park, we're actually running pretty close to the year-to-date visitation of pre-pandemic year 2019, which is kind of surprising. We're less than 1,000 visits lower than what we had year-to-date, this basically through August in 2019, so that's kind of a surprise. Of course, we don't really use 2020 because that was the pandemic year. The entrance fee revenue is also pretty close, slightly higher this year compared to 2019. So that's been very good. Our tour ticket sales, that's down by roughly 800,000 over the 2019 numbers, and that's due to reduced tours and the reduced numbers of visitors per tour. And also the big federal highways project that's been going on up there has had a significant impact on the tour ticket receipts as well. So that gives me the opportunity to update you on the road project. So as you know, Federal Highways has been managing a contract paving project at the park, and it's been focused on the loop roads on Chapin Mesa. So the first part of this year's project was focused on the Cliff Palace Loop, and that loop's been closed to the public since spring. The project timeline has gotten longer than we anticipated, but the work is still going on, and Federal Highways has told us that the plan is to get work on that loop buttoned up before winter. And what this means is that we expect road work to continue next year. The Mesa Top Loop is going to be repaved next spring. And when that loop closes, visitors will be able to access the Cliff Palace Loop. So our commitment is to make sure that we don't have all the loops up there closed at the same time on Chapin Mesa. The other components of the project are also going to be pushed into next year, and so that includes work on the Big Hill. That would likely happen in July or August, probably under traffic control. And then work on the entrance roundabout would happen in late summer as well. So that's kind of the update on the roads. Another topic I wanted to brief you on is the trespass livestock removal. pretty soon, we're going to be starting the project to remove trespass livestock from the park, and this is per the 2019 environmental assessment and finding of no significant impact. The initial phase is going to focus on removal of horses by bait and pen trapping, and that's going to start with a particularly habituated horse that poses a public safety concern at Moorfield Campground. In fact, this very week, our staff and volunteers are being trained in low-stress capture techniques by an expert. So that's how we're going to get started with the project. Notification of unbranded captured horses is going to be advertised in the local paper, and then if not claimed, horses will be donated to the Colorado chapter of the National Mustang Association for adoption. Another quick update, the Yucca House National Monument boundary adjustment. The planned expansion of Yucca House through a donation of property is proceeding. Boundary agreement between the two involved property owners is being worked on by folks in our Regional Park Service Lands Office and a title company. And once that agreement and some other process pieces are complete, then we'll be able to close on the donation. And then after that, we'll work on the unit management plan that will establish the access to the monument. So that's probably a little ways out there. And then finally, Spruce Tree House, you know, that's been closed for the last several years for safety concerns around the alcove arch. So the park has developed a design for stabilization, and the environmental compliance on that is beginning right away. The plan is to have a decision by summer and to award construction, the process that will be used to stabilize the arch for work next fall and winter and spring. So completion on that would probably be around the 2023 visitor season. So those are the things that I came prepared to update you on. I'd be perfectly happy to field questions about those or anything else that might be on your minds, but I'm also just really happy to be joining you in the community here.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Casey. I don't have any real specific questions. I do have one. So the road work up there that's going on right now, obviously with the traffic that's up there is pretty congested. As CDOT's doing, are you guys going to consider night work? Is that going to take place at night, or is it all in the daytime, or do you know?
Well, I don't know too many specifics, although folks on the park staff told me that night work was going to be considered for the entrance roundabout. So there would probably be pilot cars and, you know, traffic control on the work on the big hill, and beyond that, I will have to say I don't know, have too much detail.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear that your numbers are within 1,000 of 2019. That's actually pretty positive, and it's very good, within 1,000 visits of 2019. So that's all I have. Nice to meet you. Sorry for keeping you guys on hold for so long, but I will get you at 10 o'clock next time.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Okay. All right, Sheriff. I do appreciate you giving me that latitude there.
Stopped IT, I guess. Ta-da. Ta-da. Did you want me to continue with the jail?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please finish.
All right. Let's hope this PDF thing works. Maybe. Twice. All right, let's see where I left off here. It was right here. Operations costs. So at 38 inmates for municipal prisoners, that's $2,850. That was billed in the month of August. Cost for non-reimbursed. Again, we went through Dolores County and no others. Monies that were paid into the general fund through the sheriff's fees collected. The booking fees of $3,089.33. Remember last year I talked about the House bill that failed last year but passed this year that's going to reduce and actually reduces the bonding fee that the sheriffs can charge. It was 30, now it's 10. Yeah. Under that House bill, I have to post the exact rights that prisoners receive from that House bill. And it's $10 bonding fee is all we can charge, and a $10 the fingerprint fee. That's it. I have to set it up pretty much the same way that we set up with pretrial, where credit cards can be used for people to bond, and as well as on the sheriff's office website, those rights that prisoners have for bonding is posted as a public notice as well. The state is going to require compliance check that I have to have done by October the 1st. So we're scrambling.
Quick question.
Uh-huh.
On those bonding fees being paid by credit card, do we have to pay a merchandiser's fee of 3%?
No, with that company that we've used for pretrial, there isn't any. They take care of all of that. Yeah. Okay.
Do they charge that back to the person?
I don't
So
know.
there's gotta be a-
I'm asking.
Yeah, they pay pretrial right now. They can pay by check, cash, or credit card now. Now they're using credit cards more. That's why we're receiving more for pretrial services. So pretrial services dollars are collected from each one of those arrestees that are going through pretrial that keeps them out of jail. Right now, we're working actively just over 200 clients between 3 deputies. And so it is going a lot better. We're starting to collect more. And I think, and so pretrial services just for the month of August, we collected $1,140. So that is a big improvement. If they don't pay, then what happens is that we can actually send that information to the court, and the court can revoke that pretrial service requirement that allows them to be on pretrial, and they go back to jail. Some will drop off. If they're required to have ankle monitors, they pay for that through SCRAM. And so there's no cost to us. It's strictly from that individual. Okay. Besides the posting of the notices and whatnot on the website and in the booking area of the jail, the bonding room area and the visitation areas have to be posted as well. I have to take photographs of all of those along with our policy directed to the deputies about bonding procedures now under that bill that goes into effect October the 1st. And there is a 1-hour training that has to go with that. All of that has to be sent to the state in order for the Montezuma County Sheriff's Office to be in compliance with that law. So we're kind of scrambling with some of that stuff. Those signs were ordered. They should be delivered hopefully by Friday. Oh, because October 1st is coming fast. Okay.
Real
So,
fast.
I'm telling you. So
Couple weeks away.
there's just some more hoops that we're going to have to follow through and jump through in order to remain compliant.
I didn't do it.
What's that?
I didn't do it.
I know, I didn't either, but it did it again, didn't it? I know Isaac came in here yesterday and whispered to you, so I don't know what that conversation was, but I know both of you are probably blaming me, but I haven't touched anything serious. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so the total amount of fees that were collected and submitted to the treasurer in August was $36,750.87. Questions about the jails report? Nope. Okay. Let's see if that'll work. Nope. Let's open it up. I don't know why it won't open. Well, we will move that to the sheriff's proposed budget for 2022. I don't know why this takes so long. Oh, there it is. There it is. Wow. The comparisons for the agencies, the 5 agencies surrounding Cortez. This is their starting salaries for patrol, detention, and sergeants' salaries. Cortez is starting out their patrol officers at $43,992. That is several $1,000s more than what our deputies start out at. Their salaries for their sergeants are considerably more. They're at $54,309. Mancos is more than Cortez, as you can see. La Plata County is by far the largest paying salaried law enforcement agency in the Southwest here that we looked at. Archuleta County is very comparable. Actually, they pay more in their for their patrol salaries. Deputies, their detention deputies are paid the same amount, which is several $1,000s. Well, actually, almost $8,000 more than our detention deputies start at, and their sergeant salaries are more. Montrose County, as you can see, they seem to all be pretty much in line with where we're at with the other agencies. So an average of those patrol deputies is $48,541. Sergeants are $59,813. Detention deputies are just about $1,000 less, $47,428. That's the starting for those agencies. That is still going to be considerably less for Montezuma County with a 15% increase in salaries. So you can see that where I adjusted the permanent salaries in the sheriff's budget, I took out the 25 certified officers that are paid for, their 30% of their salaries are paid for out of LEA. 5 deputies are actually paid for out of LEA, which we'll be able to show you that as well. The big question is still not real sure about the fringe benefits. It's just a guess right now, so I put that in there. Professional services had to be increased about $5,000, as well as operating costs, because costs are continuing to increase. I think that I'm just anticipating, looking at the cost of fuel right now is about $3.35 a gallon. And it could, if it jumps up to $4 or more, I'm trying to plan for a little bit more in there just to cover any fuel costs, and that's why there was an additional $4,000 added to that fuel line. The vehicle expenses and whatnot, I need to get with Shane and find out exactly how that's going to work with Enterprise and whatnot. It could be the county is still going to be maintaining those vehicles, so I'm thinking that cost should be about the same.
The only thing that we're gonna be doing is the standard oil changes and just the real simple tire changes,
Tires,
oil changes.
Okay.
But if it's anything major, then it sounds like it would be.
Yeah, if it's under warranty,
Yep.
I mean, we take it, that doesn't
Yeah.
cost us anything.
It doesn't change anything, so that's all we're looking at
Yeah.
as far as the maintenance, so.
The local warranty work's done, well, it's done locally.
Exactly. It's all done locally. So the only other expense besides the preventive maintenance costs is going to be tires, of course. They go through a set of tires once a year, one set a year. And that's how I budget that. Okay. Those tire costs are going up too, unfortunately. But getting rid of the interceptors, it's going to help. That's several $100 savings just not having those.
Yep.
Yeah. They're expensive, so. So we came down to what I show here. A big question, again, is the dispatch fees. I'm not sure how those are going to be paid out of. Do those get included into the sheriff's budget, or is that a separate line item on the county admin side?
The dispatch fees?
Mhm.
For which? For the sheriff, it'll be
Right,
the same
for
as
the
it
sheriff,
always
yeah.
is.
I saw, you sent me that, and thanks, because I never got that, but thank you.
Yeah.
I also shared that budget from the city of Cortez on the dispatch fees with the town of Dolores, the manager, so that he knows. I don't know, I'll be able to have a figure for him later today about the total cost of calls for Dolores in 2021.
Yeah, we have that amount, so plug that amount in there and we'll make sure it's in your
Okay,
balance
'cause
to
that's-
use.
If that's, and that's the other thing, is that I think they're not going with call or cost per call. They're going with percentages again.
Well, this year's budget is based on the actual number of calls from 2020. So it's based on an actual call volume, and I can,
Yeah.
well, when you're done sharing your screen,
Sure.
I can pull that up.
And that's something, if I can get that figure from you, I can change that and
Yeah.
put that in here.
Which we're still the highest call volume.
Oh, yeah.
Within the dispatch center.
Yes.
We're at, I think it was 42% of all the calls out of that dispatch center.
think it's
I've tried to tell you guys, if you would pass a county ordinance making crime illegal, he wouldn't have anything to respond to.
I think everybody would get behind that, right? Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have to buy signs and put them up at the entrances to town, or what?
Yeah.
Well,
So
to the
it's-
county.
we're-
To the
it-
county.
But
It's
it
going
seemed
Yeah.
pretty straightforward.
Right. Well,
We are the highest user.
Yeah. And I've tried to interject what, we need to have some type of a set fee. We really do. That would be the right thing to do. But because of the volumes of calls and whatnot, I think they found it easier to go back to that percentage amount instead of the cost per call. Now, they show that that's where the percentages come from by the total number of calls compared to everybody else, all the other users. So that's how that's figured. As far as the capital outlay, I think that may be absorbed into the county admin part, and so we wouldn't have that. I know that with the vehicle outfitting and whatnot for the emergency equipment for the leased vehicles, that's all going to be handled on that side. So, but I think I'm really hopeful that that's going to be a good benefit for us. I really do. It sounds like if it continues like what I was told, it may be a good deal. We'll see, but time will tell. I hope there's a clause in there that you can get out of it if you need to. Okay. So with that reduction of that $300 and some odd thousand, $381,576 for the 30% post-certified deputy salaries coming out of LEA, along with some of these changes, you're looking at about $174,281 reduction overall in the sheriff's budget for 2022. understand that whatever is remaining, which will be somewhere between around 5, maybe up to 700,000, maybe, that is unexpended in the 2021 budget, rolls back into the general fund. And so that's why I've kept track of that and included that down here in the bottom, so you can see those funds that were returned back to the general fund that were unexpended every year. Okay. Questions? Okay. For detentions. Jeez, oh criminy sakes. Maybe if I close this, it'll help. Might as well open up LEA too. Jeez, oh criminy. Okay. This is the detention center 2022 proposed budget with that 15% requested increase in salaries. Okay, it's still there. Ah, dang. It's got to be something in that
Is this hard
PDF.
connection better, or?
What's that?
Is this hard connection better?
It's got to be something in this PDF.
I mean, a hard connection is better. I don't have those spreadsheets to put up there.
There we go.
It's back.
So there's an increase in there, as well as, again, a big guess about fringe benefits is really an unknown. That figure will change. Operating and food is the same way as fuel. It's just there. I've never spent even close to $9,000. That can be adjusted in fuel. It's right around $6,000 a year for detention. That's because pretrial is paid out of its own budget. So everything that is, as far as pretrial goes, all rolls back into the pretrial budget, as I'll show you later on this year when those total numbers are there. Reduction in janitorial and jail clothing. We have to replace that clothing annually. It's never gone over 8,000, so I've dropped it down to there. Even with a complement of about 140 inmates a year, even though we only have 104 beds, we've had up to 145 inmates in years past. But who knows what the rest of next year will bring. So everything is pretty much the same, other than there is a $272,000, almost $273,000 increase in the detentions budget. However, you can see that I'll probably be returning anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 from last year or this year's current budget back into the general fund. And that will more than cover that. Questions? Okay. LEA, the Law Enforcement Authority, by budgeting what is, there's more money in the LEA budget or the account than what I've ever budgeted for. But what increased it was $26,000 for increasing those 5 deputy salaries 15%, and adding that $381,576 into each one of those 25 post-certified deputies, that 30% of their salary is paid out of this count. That's there, and that's what came from the sheriff's budget. I did add 4 detective vehicles that they're 2014s. They need to be replaced, but that may go away if we're working that out with Shane. So I foresee that this is just a proposed budget. I just need to know where those are at so I can give you a more accurate one, if that's all right.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And again, like we talked yesterday in the work session, just get with Shane and then you'll see where your 24, 23 vehicles are coming
Right.
and the other 4 for the other
Okay.
coroner, emergency
24,
manager.
yeah, 24.
Okay. Well, this is just proposed, and I know those figures got to change once I know exactly where we're at. Okay. Is that all right?
Yep.
Okay. Any questions? God, I'm going to get rid of that.
Not yet. First round is over.
Okay. Well,
3 more to
my
go.
My next stop is IT.
Okay, one thing while you're here,
Oh, yes.
we've gotta get to is if we're going with the, dispatch users group for 2022, then we have to appoint somebody, from the sheriff's office to go to that by resolution.
Yeah. So I had this conversation with you before, asking if you wanted to do it or if you wanted to appoint your undersheriff to it. And obviously, as the biggest user of the dispatch center,
Yeah.
it should be one of you two.
Yeah. Because of my history with it, I'd ask that you just that you just appoint me so that I can stay with that.
Okay.
I'm kind of the voice of opposition a little bit sometimes, so
The
sorry.
city's appointed 2 people to this,
Wow, yeah, I know.
the chief and their finance director.
Yeah.
I don't see why we can't.
Okay.
The sheriff and the finance
I
director?
don't know, you guys signed an
I think
agreement
it
with
was
them,
only,
so I don't know.
it was 11 people on the appointment.
Correct.
You need an alternate?
What's that?
How about an alternate?
I think anybody could go.
Yeah,
Yeah, he can send anybody as his alternate.
okay.
Or could be.
Yeah.
Well, I would move that we appoint Sheriff Nowlin to the Dispatch Accountability Committee for Resolution 14, 2021.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept resolution number 14, 2021, a resolution appointing Sheriff Steve Nowlin as the Montezuma County's representative to the Dispatch Accountability Committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. We're done?
Thanks, Steve.
George is up. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, George.
Good morning.
Morning.
George.
How's Miss Kim? Good, good. Gentlemen, how are we?
George? Thanks for your patience.
Not a problem, not a problem. I got a few numbers here. It's just added up through June. Yesterday, whenever we met, I told you was at 120. I had another one last night, so now we're up to 121. And these other numbers are through June, and I can throw the other one in. We've had 11 fatal motor vehicle accidents so far this year. They're just, people forgot how to drive. I don't know if they stayed home from COVID too long and they forgot how to get behind the wheel. But we've had a lot of those. We're at 8 suicides, 7 overdoses. We've only had 1 fentanyl, no heroin, knock on wood. Heroin's been going crazy over in La Plata County. They've had a lot of heroin deaths. So as long as they keep it over there and we keep our Narcan around here, we might survive this.
They're seeing a lot of fentanyl over there too. It's starting to come in.
Yeah, we had one from Dolores County we did an autopsy on. They had quite a few fentanyl pills on her, so it's around here. One thing that's kind of interesting this year, I always keep track of everything because I don't understand death a whole lot, and I always want to try to figure it out. But this year, maybe it's post-COVID, but we've had more people in their 60s die than any other age, which
Feeling
is,
that already?
Pardon?
I'm feeling bad already.
You're not looking real good.
I know.
But I checked my list this morning, you're not on it, so
Okay.
relax.
Good.
Just some quick numbers. People in their 90s, we've had 10. People in their 80s, we've had 8. The 70s were 18. The 60s were 24. In their 50s was 16. And then under 50, I've had 21. So we've had a lot of young people pass away this year. Just crazy reason. That's why my autopsies have been up this year. We've just had deaths that are not normal to a normal year. Of course, this isn't a normal year. That's about all I have for my report. You guys have any questions or anything?
So you're at 27 autopsies, or is that?
I'm
do
sorry?
you have another one included, the 27 autopsies right now, or is that total for the year?
The total autopsies for
Yeah.
this year? No, we're at like 32 or 33 right now.
Okay, so we're higher than that.
Yeah, those numbers that I gave yesterday on that was autopsies in 2020.
Out of county autopsies? included?
We'll be doing our 4th one tomorrow.
Okay.
So we've had, I think it'll be a total of 5 so far this year from other agencies. And like I say, I have reached out to San Miguel County. It sounds like they're wanting to start coming over here. It's a lot closer than having to drive all the way to Junction. So we might be getting a few more there, which will kind of help out pay the bills and everything, pay for putting that together anyway. And then my budget, we met yesterday. The only increases that I'm asking for is another $5,770 for a part-time personnel. And just in case you don't know, or to remind you, I am on call 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. And I'm in the office. It's pretty much a full-time job. I'm in the office almost all day, getting medical records, doing everything else that I do, and then still responding to deaths. And then like last night, get home, then you go back out on it and do it again. So I'm just asking for a little bit of relief. I gave you the breakdown of other counties to where you can see my budget I don't feel is even close to out of range. There's not a lot that I have to deal with other than material, body bags, autopsies. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. So the part-time personnel would be on call from 6 at night, 6 in the morning, Monday through Friday, and then depending on what the calls is, if it's suicide or homicide or something like that, I'd still respond. Anything that's they're having issues with or something, need another set of eyes on it, I'd still be going. But that'd give me a chance if I wanted to go to Durango, eat dinner, go to Farmington, pick up material, whatever. I can go. I'm not incarcerated to the Montezuma County. And then he'd be on call every other weekend. So he'd be getting paid basically for a 20-hour position, and towards the end of the week, or it's just something we'll have to work out because it's a new deal, because you could burn up 20 hours last 2 days and don't want to get to where we're paying any more than that, because it'd be, I think it was $17.31 an hour for anything over 20 hours. So but if he's under 20 hours, I could pull him in the office, have him work on reports, have him do some of the reports to the state, take a little bit off of my plate, and then get the time out of him too. So, and then autopsies, I can't guess the type of deaths we have, kind of like what I was giving you the numbers on. I usually just base it on past. We've been averaging about 27 to 30 a year. Is what we have been doing. That's kind of what I've been doing this year. We're over, so I just wanted to bring it up to that just in case we run another year like we're doing this year. If we do 20 next year, that man, I'm tickled to death. We do none, I'm even better. So I just want to have the money there just so there's nothing, surprised or have to pull it out of somewhere else. I know that we're tight this year, so I don't think that I've gone over my whole budget since I've been in office. But, if I need it, I need to have it there. So, other than that, I think that's probably about it, unless you guys have any questions.
No. Thanks, George.
None. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it, George.
All righty. Well, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too.
We will. Okay, Mr. Spratland.
Am I next?
You are next.
You are.
Come on up.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Kim. Good morning. Ian, Shaq. All right, I got a pile of stuff, but hopefully I'm quicker than everybody. All right. So, let me hand this to you. Let me fix some of that. This thing's on. Okay. So, situation report you guys got, and of course you read everything I send you.
Absolutely.
Even the 199-page document that I just sent. Yeah, okay.
But we're there.
Have fun with that one, right? Hey, it's less than 365. So, yeah, we're doing all right. So the sit report, basically, the fire restrictions, everything is rescinded. Town of Dolores just rescinded theirs in August, so we're good with that. The only fire that we had over an acre last 30 days was Mount Weber, 17 acres, BLM land, so we're good with that. Let's see, fire forecast. You have copies I gave. They're the actual indices from yesterday, I believe, September 20th, yeah. So you can see there that, and we're going to get into that with the drought issue here in just a minute, but you can see here that our staffing level's going up to level 4. Response level is level 4. The fire danger is high now, and they're even, we've got some critical fuels that's going on right now. Looking at, well, heck, while I'm here, got with the National Weather Service yesterday. I sent a link to everybody. I don't know if you had time. I sent out a lot of stuff like late at night.
You noticed.
Yeah, you noticed? Yeah. Other than Nixle, I do not do that in the middle of the night.
Find out who that is.
Yeah, we'll find out who's. That's
know.
Probably dispatch, because yeah. So the National Weather Service, we are still at the bottom part of our county. We're extreme drought, highest. Then we're severe drought in the middle, and we're moderate drought at the top end, kind of on a diagonal. That hasn't changed. The soil moisture now has only got 20% in it, so that hasn't changed a lot. Evaporation index, we're still at 80 to 90%. It's evaporating pretty quick. Rainfall, it said 0.3. I think I got a 0.3 at the house, Mancus. You had about a half inch. So that, it dumped pretty good, but it's almost gone now. There is a high pressure coming in now. It's going to be dry to the end of the week. They're talking just a little bit of rain, possibility on the weekend. But let me tell you about the seasonal. All the way up from, let's see, October to January, we're going to have 50 to 60% above normal temperatures. So that's still warm. Precipitation outlook is 33 to 40% below average all the way up until January. And then the drought outlook persists. It's going to be the same from September 16th all the way to December 21st. So the outlook's not really great. So with that, our declaration of a drought disaster expires October 1st. And we're going to revisit that right now to see if you guys are wanting to go ahead and continue it. I've got a declaration here that starts October 1st and will end February 1st. By then, we should have a pretty good idea that after February 1st, maybe we did get the moisture, we did get the snow, we're looking okay, and maybe we don't, renew it. But my recommendation, based on what's been going on and what I'm looking at on the other different counties and The tribe, I haven't got a hold of the tribe yet, but I think Dolores County's going to do the same. La Plata County, I'm not sure on, but the rest of the southwest, they call it the Western Slope, which somehow we're part of the Western Slope, even though we're the southwest. They're looking at doing the same. So my recommendation is let's go for it until February. It just gives us, lets the public know, be careful of the water. And the grade cut ditch is already dug, and BOR paid for that because of our declaration. But talking to the Forest Service, Pat Seacums actually sent out, he said it's still, the outlook's looking pretty bad as far as fuels and moisture samples that he took out in the high country as well. So with that, and with, I talked with Mr. Curtis out of the Durango Water Conservancy District, and he said he's good to go with it as well. We've slowed down on the active acre feet in McPhee, so it's hovering right now at 5,000. I think the latest, I put it in here for you, but we went up just a fraction from 5780 acre feet. We went up to 5875, but it's hovering right there. And of course, groundhog is going down slowly, and then the Dolores Rivers, it dumps some water in there pretty good, but then it's slowed way down. I mean, it's anywhere from 47 to 37 cubic feet a second. So it's, I'd say it's time to sign it again. So I have it here for you if you guys want to decide.
I think we've all read it. I don't have any issues extending it because obviously we are in severe case everywhere you look around in this county. So gentlemen, if you have any other questions.
You need a motion.
Comments? I think Joel's got it.
Okay.
I would move that we extend the order declaring a disaster in and for Montezuma County till February 1, 2022.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept and sign the order declaring a disaster in and for Montezuma County for drought emergency to February 1st, 2022. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then I'll just get a copy. All that stuff. Okay, great. Thank you. And then moving forward, now that we signed the drought declaration, you heard about the flash flood on G Road, right? Yeah. So that was a while back, but it did send debris over. I think the cubic feet per second on McElmo there was like maybe 0.5 of a foot per second, and it went up to 1,200 feet per second. The fire guy said it looked like the Mississippi River running across G Road. We had a lot of debris, but the road department went out, they knocked it out of the park. So they cleaned it up. Little slight gravel damage to the side, but the road was fine. So they put some gravel down, so we were all right. But yeah, that was kind of interesting. Along with 160 as well, it was filling up down by the Y down there. So air quality's been satisfactory. Everything's fine. COVID updates in there. These are the state figures because public health is not giving them out anymore. So all of those are in there. Our CWPP, James Dietrich's been working on that, and God bless him for it. We're at about 94%. We're going to get that thing formatted, reviewed here, and then sent out to the stakeholders pretty soon. The emergency ops plan, let's see, so been working on that for about a year. Really worked on it hard the last 3 months. The intern's been helping me. Thank God for her. She's been formatting everything. So it's done. The stakeholders looked at it. We changed whatever we needed to change in it. Some were corrections, some were actual information in there needed to fix. So all that's been done. I sent it to you, I don't know, Friday maybe, no, Monday. Was it Monday? Yeah.
Yesterday.
So you guys have a month to review it, and then if any comments or things you want, send them back to me. I can fix it all. And I'm hoping to get that adopted by resolution October 19th. And I know it's really easy to read. It's better than the hazard mitigation plan. So,
You know,
anyway.
next time we'd appreciate an audio file.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, not with my voice. People say that I put people to sleep when I talk. They just start nodding off. I don't know why.
No, that's not true. We're wide awake.
We are wide awake. Yeah.
All right, Fairgrounds Facility Emergency Response Plan. I'm done. I'm waiting on GIS, but I'm going to send that out to everybody to review. So we only have one more left. That's Road and Bridge and all the facilities. So we've been knocking out those safety plans. The omnibus agreement is with Ian, and we're going to review that. That's between the county and the city, and hopefully Mancos as well, and Dolores Town of. So we're still, that's in the works. And then just a lot of stuff ongoing. You know how it goes, never ends. Budget. We talked about that yesterday. Got to talk about it today now. Okay. So looking at the budget again, mine is going up, and the recommendation that I have is I go from part-time 29-hour a week, which never really happened, to full-time salaries, so you actually can save money, because I've been spending a lot more on overtime than I should have. Just trying to keep this county going under the emergencies and everything else that we're trying to do. So I raised that up, I put it as a permanent salary, and then in doing so, of course, fringe benefits, which we calculated at 35%, I think, is what they're forecasting. So that's in there as well. And then I had a little bit more in overtime in case we get a major disaster that will cover any of the overtime that I get paid over 50 hours, that sort of thing, which I don't anticipate that occurring. I'm hoping it's not. Like the sheriff did, because fuel costs, a little bit worried about them going up. So if they do, I added an extra 1,000 on fuel, do a lot of traveling, but hopefully we'll keep that down. And then the addition to vehicle expenses was the $2,500 for a topper when I get a new vehicle, and that's why that went up. And then the $1,000 emergency operations center, that's for more training of everybody in there. We're going to work on some more training for the EOC staff and the emergency support function staff. So we're already training and we're doing well. We just now we got to finish it off next year and get that done. So, and then that will also include some of the changes we're going to put, like what you have in this room. We're going to have an Apple iPad that we can touch, and it'll turn on stuff instead of trying to plug in switches over there on that old switch box and nobody knows how to operate. So that's an upgrade that's coming. The grant's paying $22,000 of it. I'm just adding in a fraction more in case it doesn't pay it all or the price goes up. I'm waiting on another quote on that.
So I'm going to back up just a little
Sure.
bit. So on the overtime as an exempt employee, I thought it was 106 hours per pay period. Is that not correct? Which is 53 hours a week, and you just said it was 50? Is that a
It's
FLSA?
50 yeah, according to HR. It was anything over 50. But we could research that because
I'll
that's
double
in
check.
that's in the EOP.
Okay, because I thought it was 106 per pay period, which is 53 per week.
That's the EOP you want them to sign off on.
Yeah, the one that they're gonna read, yeah. So in there, you'll see that. I checked with HR, she said 50 was.
So it complies with FLSA?
Yes, yeah. But we'll check it again. I'll talk to HR.
Because exempt, that's something new that overtime is even considered as exempt employees.
Right. And that was in there, that's what had my concern, because it's been in there. We've been running off of that since 2014 it was in there.
Correct, but there's never been a full-time exempt employee as a EM.
Correct. So I'm wondering if
So I
this
just want to make
goes.
sure that it's proper and that FLSA is following our EOP and that it is truly 50 or if it's 53 hours.
Right, we need to make sure that's correct, yeah.
That's all.
Yeah,
Because most of the times exempt employees don't have
Right.
totally exempt.
And I think some of the issues in the past, when I think Paul Holler was here, he was full-time, when he would deploy somewhere, it's kind of like our guys did over there in the cop shop. When we would deploy people out, they would get 40 hours a week, and they would work 70 hours. And they were wondering, all that money that got paid, of course, went back to the city or the county. And they said, well, we need some exemption in there for emergency response, so they actually added that in as well. So that when you do get deployed to go assist somebody else somewhere, even if you're an exempt employee, you will receive funding over the 50 hours. And I'm not sure,
But
that's not how we have
just-
it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but that was just for call-outs. That's not
Right.
for.
That wasn't
your
for-
standard base salary, the way I understand
Right.
it.
And I don't know, because I know Paul had it in there.
We'll look at it. We'll
But-
get a little bit farther in depth because I don't think that if you follow FLSA as an exempt employee, that the hours and the numbers are totally different.
Right.
But we'll look at it.
And maybe we have, Ian, maybe we have to clarify that for salary versus, exempt versus non-exempt
Yeah.
in that EOP.
I'll get with you and HR and we'll get
Okay.
it figured out.
All right, good point. And that's it, so my budget's going up, and then the EMS grant, we're hopefully gonna get 58,000 back for that. And then I think if we still working COVID next year, we may have COVID funds to pay for anything. But if we go full salary, then, yeah, it's only you don't get overtime, yeah. So it won't matter anymore with CARES for next year. So, and then vehicles, I'm at the mercy of Shane and a trade coming up pretty soon, yeah.
You'll be fixed up.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I think it's great. I'm happy I got a car now, even if I have to repair it over and over. It's handy, yeah. So that's it, gentlemen.
Okay,
Any questions?
I asked mine.
I'm good.
All right, guys, thanks.
Okay,
Thank you,
gentlemen,
ma'am.
it is 11:30.
Thank you, Jim.
We are going to go ahead and break for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:30. No. I'm sorry?
Is there any way that you guys can move up the county report like you were gonna do initially? Because
Well-
today has been so unorthodox and it hasn't followed the agenda. Would that be okay to do, or is that out of the question?
I'll leave it up to the commissioners.
I just am asking, like I said, if we could get it done and over with, if you guys could just tell us what you were gonna tell us before everybody stood up to leave. I understood what you guys were doing.
It seemed like, it was pretty rude that we were going to address everybody. Everybody quickly jumped up and left. I understand that, so I will leave that, I will leave that up to you. Okay. I have no movement right now to move it forward, so we'll be back at 1:30, guys.
Thank you for not caring. Awesome.
Thank you for holding Access accountable. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Yes, we're breaking for lunch.
30, so. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are going to rearrange this agenda again. We have an executive session coming up. We have another Zoom link at 2 o'clock. And so we are going to move forward with the commissioner's report. And if you guys can hear me, obviously we had a conversation earlier. You could not hear us previously, so forgive us for that. And the statement that was made, that was not out of being rude. It just was an apology, and apparently couldn't hear us. So you can hear us? Okay. All right, so we are going to rearrange this, and we will go to the commissioner's report before we move into unfinished business. So, and we'll address some of the concerns that were brought forth this morning. So, who wants to go first, left or right?
You want Commissioner's report first?
Yep.
Okay. This week attended the city council meeting and made a presentation about the 30 by 30 project using parts of our resolution that we passed. Also, the city is searching for a Parks and Rec director and a Public Works director. In their workshop, there was also a presentation from another gal supporting the 30 by 30 resolution. Then on Friday, I sat in on an opioid abuse education forum put on by CU and CU Med. Shaq was in on that. And other than that, I feel a lot of phone calls, pro and con, on the racetrack and other.
Okay. Commissioner?
It's been a busy week. Wednesday, I attended suicide awareness with the suicide awareness team at the Mancos Park for their presentations and stuff. Thursday, I can't remember the meeting I was in Thursday morning, but in the afternoon we met with the NCA Dolores River Dialogue over that stuff. Friday, I went to a benefit for a young lady that's affected by the suicide stuff, and Saturday and Sunday I was on the phone damn near all day, both days, taking calls about the pros and cons of the racetrack. And last night I spent about 4 hours on the phone talking with past administrators, past commissioners, trying to get a grasp on what was really done with this deal. I talked to Tom Weaver. He was the administrator for the county at the time. He told me that the county give the racing group at that time a place to build a facility. He said that's all that the county done was furnish the land. It was up to the race committee to build it and maintain it at that time. The following year, the only county money that he knew that was put into that track was the following year, because the track wasn't put in with an engineer the first year. So they hired an engineer to engineer that track because everybody was going off the track the first year. So the county hired an engineer and brought that track into specs so that they didn't have the liability of people killing themselves running off that track. He was in the county for 30-some years. He said as long as he was the administrator, the county never put a dime into that racetrack. He said it was always up to the race committees to build it and maintain it. I talked to two past commissioners for an hour last night. They reiterated the same thing, that the commission never put any money into that because it was the original agreement was county would furnish the land, the race committee would build it and maintain it. That was the deal they've had from whenever it was built to start with. And I talked to two different commissioners last night, past commissioners, and that's what they told me. So that's just where we stand.
So at this point, this is just the commissioner's report, and so I'm just going to ask that Joel go ahead.
Well, that's just what I done doing my homework and talking to past administrators, commissioners and stuff that there was never any intentions for county money to go into the facility, that all they did was furnish the land for the racing committee. Well, I got three different, okay,
So
well,
I have to agree with Joel. Speaking with past commissioners and also having former knowledge of what's going on at the commission, that's always been the case. And when I was commissioner, I remember 3 times we went round and round, just like we're doing today. And it was over operators, some good, some bad. But it ended up, all they wanted was a spot to race, and that's what the county had given them, was a place to race. There was nothing built. We didn't build any grandstands. We didn't build any concession stands, nothing else. We provided Bud Roach, the engineer, to go out there and engineer the track because of the accidents. Other than that, that's it. The association originally came to the county commissioners because Novotny was shutting down and they wanted a place to race. And the county said, okay, here it is. You sit there and shake your hand, but you haven't been a resident of this county and you haven't been in on the history of this county.
So I think at this point, let's really keep it to the commissioners' reports. That's really the purpose of this. The public comment has already happened.
That's it.
Okay. I'll jump into mine first. Obviously, I attended all the meetings with these two gentlemen. Other than the opioid, I did not attend that one. I was unable to. And the one in Mancus, I was unable to tie ribbons on the tree that night. However, all the other ones I did attend with them. The NCA continues to be a big issue as far as water in this community and what we're going to do with the water with the current federal administration of how we're going to keep our water and to keep our agricultural community live and vibrant. So those talks will continue. We do have new draft legislation in front of us, and then we'll be meeting with our attorney to try to understand the draft legislation since it's all written by attorneys. Then obviously, like these two gentlemen to my left and right, spend a ton of time on the phone listening to a lot of people, pros and cons on the racetrack. First of all, I want to address some of the questions that were asked. First of all, I have been out there at the racetrack and I have attended races. Whether you've seen me or not, I've actually been there. As Joel said earlier, the research that I have done and talking to even Jimmy Rod, who is one of the guys that apparently started that association, it was never the responsibility of the county for any maintenance and operation of the facility. And it has been done that way since. I sat on the past commission with 2 other gentlemen, and in the 8 years that they were here, no money was spent on that racetrack. So just a history. It can be changed to a 501c3 if that's what you choose to do and or not. That's fine, either way. But first of all, I want to make a real clarification is we are not trying to get rid of racing. That's been out there, and that is not what we've done. When Mr. Felker Williams, or whichever way, and trying to be respectful, came in here in April, he brought up a lot of concerns, which precipitated the inspection that we did there very shortly after, which then came up with the contract issues of, well, what are we following, what are we doing? At that point in time in April, he said, I will either buy it or let's look at a different contract, which is what we have done. It's a 12-month contract so that things can be left useful as you choose fit to run your business. And we felt that it was a very good contract. Obviously, we didn't draft them. Our attorneys draft our contracts because it's law language. So the next clarification, and I don't know where this comes from, but we have not proposed or even talked about a convention center out there and or an amphitheater. Those were things that were presented previously. The drawings are still out there somewhere, but that is nothing that this commission has even talked about or addressed. So let me clarify that again. There is no convention center and or amphitheater presented.
That wasn't even mentioned in that paper.
It's still my report, so I'm gonna keep going. Anyway, that's kind of where we're at right now. We had decided last week, we asked our fairgrounds manager in here again yesterday in a workshop, that was the contract denied by the current promoter? And he said, yes. I contacted him 3 times, and he said that it was denied. That is on YouTube. You can look at the YouTube feed yesterday. We asked the question point blank. That's what was told to us. So we're going by the information that we are being given. So we had decided last week then that the contract would then go out to everybody far and wide, which includes you. It's not excluding anybody. And then it can be brought forth. We are not and have not said the races are going to stop. And that clarification needs to be made specifically, because that's not what this was. This was about a contract and contract language. And with that, I'm sure there's probably a lot more that I could say, but I'm not going to, and I think we're done. So, gentlemen, anything else?
I have nothing else.
Joel?
I just think it would be better for the whole community if you would form you a racing group as a 501c3. You can get grants through those deals. You can't get any grants as a private deal.
I want to make clarification on that for you, Joel. It is a motorsports facility. Nor can I, nor can you guys as a county, because you're nonprofit, get a grant for a motorsports facility. It's not there. It's written in law. It's written in stone. I can't do anything. What I can tell you is there's other counties who own county-owned tracks. Monticello, Utah, Delta, Utah. The county understands the kind of revenue that it brings into their community, not to the county.
And we're not disputing that at all.
So
we're not-
gentlemen,
we're not
I just
gonna-
want to be a little bit careful. We do have to stick to the agenda. This is the commissioner's report session.
So-
Thank you guys all for your time. Shaq, thank you guys. Ian, I don't know you yet. Kim, thank you. I have 3 races to run at the rest of the year. It's really obvious in my eyes and other people's eyes that I'm the problem, not the track. So the contract has officially been denied right now.
When can we come back to have discussion about that again? Is that next week at another meeting?
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna worry about it. Is that next week? Is that when our options are?
Anybody
There's
can
public
get-
comment
Anybody
every
can-
week.
can get on the agenda to come
You
in
can
here.
get on the agenda if you want to talk specifically in a workshop. Anytime, go
The
through the
workshop would be
administrator,
better.
and then that way,
Separate than the commission meeting?
correct.
Yes,
Mondays are
on
workshops.
Mondays, Monday afternoons. Yes.
They are back and forth conversations. That's specifically why they're workshops. Tuesdays are business meetings, and that's to handle all of the business that's been discussed on typically Mondays or the previous Mondays. So that you guys are aware of that.
How do we get to be a part of that? Is that something I
Just talk
You
to
have-
Shaq.
You have to go through the administrator, because he's the one that builds the agenda, that knows our workload, so it depends on where that lays out.
And the only other thing I would add to that is at this point the contract is going to be put out to everybody.
The
as
contract
is.
will be
And
put out
so,
to everybody.
you know,
It's
and-
open for everybody. Actually, we
Actually, we do have-
actually have had a couple of emails, so we do. That doesn't mean that it's gonna be fruitful, but we do have some email responses. Again, I can't tell you where they will go or not go. So, thank you for your time.
Entertaining a potential contract negotiation?
We,
To present, an alternative contract, is that something you guys would review?
our attorney is gonna cover the county for liability purposes, so it's all contract language. I'm not gonna, we will not have any exposure to liability for the county.
Sure.
Because we have to,
Present a contract to you guys and then you present it to your attorney.
that's not how it works. Well, I'm gonna let the.
So I think at this point the contract that was offered to Mr. Felker is going to go out. And I would anticipate that we're going to await responses on that contract. I think that folks are free to provide alternative contracts. I would suggest using that initial contract as some sort
a
of
format.
because there's pretty specific language in there that we need. But ultimately, as a commission, now it's really out to the public, and we'll look at proposals we get, and then ultimately make a decision.
So any contract that's typically signed is addressed by attorney on either party, and then that's how that works. So, it's the same contract that was offered, and it will be out there for anybody and everybody, and then we'll address it as it's brought forth.
We can talk offline.
Well, another thing too, you need, if you feel that the taxpayer money needs to fund it, get it on the ballot. And let everybody decide whether they want to finance it or they don't. That's where to go with that deal. Because we have to spend the taxpayers' money the best we can for 27,000 residents of Montezuma County. And if everybody votes, yep, let's get it and do it, then great. That's where we'll go.
You can ask Kim, when's the last date to put anything on the ballot? Is it closed or is it still, but it's short time, isn't it?
It's too late for this year,
Okay.
but we could definitely put it on for next year. The last date was July.
And
So-
if you want to go that route, get with Kim or with the clerk's
And I
office.
can help you with what would be required to do that.
And there's a lot of hoops to jump through when you do that.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure there is. Okay, well then I'll just get with you later through email and
But our decisions are made based on previous commissions and the research that we've done. Well, I know, and I don't disagree with the good that that's doing this community, but we can't spend the taxpayers' money for private industry.
Okay, we're
gonna
getting
go,
back into it.
Yeah, we're
Getting out
gonna
the weeds.
we're gonna go on. This would be a conversation for a Monday workshop. Please get with Shaq, and then it's a back and forth conversation. This is not a debate right now. And again, I'm not being rude, so please don't take that. We're just gonna get on with this because we have a 2:00 Zoom, and then we have.
Well, I
another
do. You
executive
guys can sit
session.
out here as long
So-
as you want.
All right, so we're gonna jump
Thank
back
you guys for
into
coming back in.
unfinished business.
So first thing under unfinished business is what's posted on the website regarding the rate schedule needs to be changed. And I would recommend a motion changing this date in January of every year unless it's revised sometime during the year, that just be changed. And then the racetrack from $350 or $1,200 a day to lease rate determined annually by the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, any other question? Want to move it?
I move we adopt the rate schedule as presented and change the dates.
I'll second it.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to accept the Montezuma County Fairgrounds rate schedule, and it will be concurrent with the year. Starting January of 2022, we will accept 9/21/2021 today, and under the racetrack, it will be for the lease rate determined by the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, then the next thing that I have under unfinished business is yesterday you had a presentation from Habitat for Humanity requesting a letter of support, and let me get that. Actually, let me bring this one up. Kim,
You just had, there you go.
yep.
I move we sign the letter of support for Habitat to Humanity to Access Enterprise Zone Contribution Program.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to sign the letter of support for Habitat for Humanity's request for an enterprise zone contribution program. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then you had a presentation yesterday from the Economic Development Group, and the second thing presented by the team was the request to pursue a READY grant, REDI, a READY grant to secure, to provide a grant that would pay the first year for a quarter time. The county would pay a quarter, the state would pay 3/4 for an economic developer, and the second year would be a 50-50 split. If you want Rachel to go after that grant, we do have to have reflected in the minutes permission from the Board of Commissioners to pursue the grant.
I would move that we give the okay for Rachel to go after the,
Ready grant.
the what?
Ready grant.
The READY grant.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to allow Rachel to go and proceed with getting the Ready grant for 2022. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I think that's all I have under unfinished business. I'm ready to go into my report unless you have something else under unfinished business.
Nope, go ahead.
Okay. So one thing that we do this time annually is discuss whether or not to put out the building cleaning and those services to bid. And we do not have to, under the procurement policy, put that out annually. However, if the commission wants to, in order to build a timely budget, I need to obtain bids. And I've put up here the parts of the procurement policy so that you can see that exemptions from having to go out to bids, goods or services of a similar nature that have been bid by the county within the past 12 months from the date of purchase or contract award, continuation of professional services contracted in the previous 5 years, wherein the new work is in continuation of work previously completed, and the success of the project is predicated, blah, blah, blah. So we wouldn't have to put this out to bid if you didn't want to. If you do want to, I need to know so we can get it out to bid.
Are we happy with the folks that are doing the job now?
For the most part, I believe we are.
Well, then I would say just if they're okay with the same agreement, just extend it for another year because it doesn't, it can be up to 5 years.
That's correct.
So I would just say stay with what we have for right now.
Okay.
Is my vote.
That's
what I would say.
feel.
It's a lot of
Can't-
extra work that a lot of people have to do for.
All right. And then you all have seen this memorandum of understanding about direct distribution from severance tax and federal mineral lease within the state. I did get an email from Ellen that we did get our federal mineral lease. As expected, it was a little low. The amount that came in was $971,131.53. Historically, the county has always taken that and split it 3 ways: Road and Bridge, General Fund, and Capital Fund, with numbers being down this year with virtually nothing from the severance tax and only the federal mineral lease, and based upon the fact that we already moved over $500,000 from general fund to capital fund to cover the extra paving projects that we thought we might be able to trade off the fiber project with. My recommendation to the board would be to leave it all in the general fund. If you do decide to split it 3 ways, the amount would be $323,710.51 to each account. But either way, I'll need a formal motion and vote in the minutes so Ellen knows what to do with the money.
I'll move that we direct the distribution of severance tax and federal mineral lease monies to the general fund.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to direct the 2021 direct distribution of severance tax and federal mineral lease to the general fund for 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and then finally for my report, an update on the opioid settlement. There is a meeting for the region October 6th in Durango from 9 o'clock to 3:30. The Attorney General's, so 9 o'clock a.m. to 3:30 p.m., so it'll be an all-day meeting. And the MOU is finally finished from the Attorney General's office. Heidi Williams let me know that they are working on the cover letter and FAQs before sending it out. However, we should have that hopefully ahead of that October 6th meeting, and I'll get it to Ian for review at that point before we present it to you all for signature.
Okay.
And so I just wanted to make you all aware of that. Do any of the commissioners want to attend the October 6th meeting? I got an email late last night saying that we would need to RSVP, and that's from 9 o'clock to 3:30 in Durango on October 6th.
And that's which, hold on.
You won't have it in your calendar. I just got the request for RSVP
No, I'm
last
looking
night.
for what else I have in the calendar.
Okay.
I can't make it that day.
I'm definitely going to be there, so we'll be represented.
Okay.
But if one of the commissioners wants to go.
Right now, actually, that's open for me, Shaq. So
Okay, so I'll RSVP for you as well.
Okay.
Yeah, the
All
last
right.
meeting was a good meeting. I thought that was pretty informative.
Okay, so that concludes my report unless there are further commissioner questions, in which case I'll try to get those answered before I got to jump out of here.
Nope.
Nope.
I think that's good. Thank you, Shaq. We'll move right along. Ian, let's see. I think James Dietrich told me he'll be out walking that with the federal lands this afternoon, so he won't have a report. So, Ian, we have your report now.
Yeah, so we did have a hearing on the Road 41 case last week. Rob and I attended that. That was in front of Judge Plew. In essence, what came out of that hearing is, at this point, Judge Plew is going to issue a final order in our favor here at the district court level. And the case will be packaged up and sent to the Court of Appeals. My understanding is that the PAX folks at Road 41, they're going to appeal the decision. And so I will work with the insurance company as we go through the appellate process. The real issue at that hearing was whether we could maintain a counterclaim for trespass here at the district court level, considering that the fences were still blocking the road. Ultimately, the court decided in the interest of judicial economy that ultimately, regardless of really what he decided as to the trespass, there were still issues that have to be resolved at the Court of Appeals level as to what the right-of-way on that road is. Certainly, the district court found that it is a 60-foot right-of-way for the county. That was what we asked for. And so now we'll be going up to the Court of Appeals in short order. There's just one little issue here at the district court level that has to be resolved. It has to do with a bill of costs. Basically, we submit what our costs are, and then the other party has to look those over and either agree with them or not. And so that's the last little thing that'll have to be resolved. We're just waiting on the parties to submit that. We've submitted ours, and so I anticipate that this will be up to the Court of Appeals shortly. That process can be fairly lengthy. It can take several months. So I don't anticipate that we're going to have any sort of final ruling on the Road 41 matter anytime soon, but we'll keep moving along, and hopefully we can we'll certainly advocate for the district court's ruling to be upheld. Other than that, we do have a hearing this Friday for our land use code case, and so I have chatted with Don about that, and we'll get that taken care of. This initial hearing will be basically just an advisement of rights, and then further dates will be set. But that process is moving. We still haven't received any sort of response to our complaint in that case. And so I imagine that'll be taken up this Friday as well. And so that's really all I have to report at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Ian. And with that, we will get to now the executive session. So do you gentlemen have would you go ahead and?
Yeah. I move we go into executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses under case B.
I'll second it.
And then present in this executive session will be the three commissioners and myself.
Okay.
And Kim Purcell.
So it's been moved and seconded to go into executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses B. Included in that executive session will be Clerk Purcell, Commissioners Stevenson, Candelaria, Lindsay, and Attorney McLaren. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Are we live?
Yep.
I would move that we come out of executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we come out of executive session and continue our regular business meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. James Dietrich not back? He's,
Pardon? No.
James Dietrich not back? Okay, then we will skip that. And that actually brings us to the end of our agenda. We do have a gentleman in here that we will ask to speak to us, and we'll put that under other business as the board can hear. So with that, we'll add that to the agenda if you want to come forward. Yep. Speak about, or speak into the mic. State your name and address.
My name is Jim Rod. I live in Cortez. I lived in Montezuma County for over 50 years.
Is that on? Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go.
Hey, my name is Jim Rod. I have a business here in Cortez. I've lived here over 50 years. I was born in Colorado. I've heard a lot of stuff going around here lately. It has to do with the fairgrounds. And, you know, I'm not really hard to find or to come get because somebody came in a while ago and showed me a clip on YouTube. The very little of what I seen on that, people are quoting me, was accurate. And I just want to say my interest in the Montezuma County Fairgrounds was just that, Montezuma County Fairgrounds. I also, besides building the racetrack and running it on and off for some time, when I quit that, I actually ran the other end of the fairgrounds for almost 3 years on it. So I really have a pretty good grip of what's going on. I just like to say that there has never been any association involved in the racetrack. When we built the racetrack, I used to have a race car. It did not race locally. We raced quite a ways because we're all the big races. They just didn't race my kind of cars here. Lyle Heck, Corky Hunt approached me about trying to get a racetrack at the fairgrounds, and we talked about it some, went and talked to Tom Weaver what it's going to take, and the three of us went to Valley Bank, Vector Bank, and borrowed money to build a racetrack. At that time, we had an agreement that until we repaid our loan, we would run that racetrack, that we had authority, whatever went on with it. And prior to the racetrack getting completed, our first race at that racetrack was in the summer, late July of '86. I had bought out my partners. There was no money that changed hands. What I did, because we were fighting all the time, is re-secure the loan at Valley Bank and had them taken off the note. And so basically, you know, it was me. On the ground now, the fairgrounds, because, you know, the plans of the fairgrounds go back a long, long time, and at one time there's plans to do a lot of things. Whether it could be affordable or done or not, I don't know. It just becomes how hard you want to work for it. But, you know, there was a huge racetrack, meaning horse racetrack, that was going to be built there. The money was now there. They were relying on the county funding it, and this thing, when you got to checking it out, what it was going to take to build that horse track, the fence around this horse track is some special sanctioned fence. It was almost $1 million for the fence. There was 1,100,000 yards of dirt to move, and they said that Nielsen's was going to do that as a freebie. I knew Nielsen's real well then, talked to them. I actually worked at Nielsen's for a while, and it cost us $1 a yard, so you're talking about a lot of money. But nobody could get along with it. That's been a problem at the fairgrounds there for a long time. But then it came up, well, because there used to be the canal there, that if you get the ground on the other side of the canal, that we could do the racetrack there. The canal was BLM ground, and anyway, so we agreed to do that. We thought, well, that would be our benefit to get separated, and allegedly, the county was supposed to do the paperwork with the state to get the lease on that. And, you know, we waited and waited and waited, and I don't know what happened. I didn't have a part of that, but there was an article that came out on the front page of the Denver paper. It had pictures, old pictures from people out at Thunderbird Speedway at Novotny's racetrack, that these people can't race because the state of Colorado won't do the paperwork to get this ground. And I was mentioning that. The guy in the main office there in Denver called me, said, I can only help people that help me. And I said, meaning what? He said, you need to turn your paperwork in. And I said, you have the paperwork. No, we don't. He said, I'm all for you, and I'll go the extra mile, and I'll get this stuff. So I got to looking around, and I came down, and I can't remember his name now, but the guy was the janitor here for years in the courthouse, and I ran him down, because the one I thought had something to do with the paperwork was Bob Seaton. And he watched me. I went in Bob's office. Bob wasn't there. And I found this paperwork in Bob Seaton's desk. Now, he just filed it away. I'm the one that went with the state and got the original lease for the ground on it and came back, and you think, well, that'll be in there. But I ended up, because the county didn't really want any part of it, I ended up doing the stuff with Empire Electric. It cost $28,000 something. My wife and I paid that bill. I've never been received any money for that, and then it, you know, it came out where, you know, you have to get the right of way, and there again, it's the people in Denver that have over the state where you get the state right of way. You know, talk with this person, and he said, yeah, he'd help me. And I was able to do that, to get a right-of-way on a limited access highway. And this just came up. Jim Candelera's in my shop about 6 months ago. I don't know what it is, because my name is still on some paperwork with the state. And anyway, I thought, well, we're all set here now. You know, I had to build a road that was a mess to do to get it in there to county road specs. But the next thing I know, you know, I got hit with this thing that, well, you got to do A and D lanes. You know, in the mid '80s, that's $225,000 to do that, and I didn't know what I was going to do. You know, I needed to get this thing going because I'm paying $1,600 a month interest on the loan. I needed to get it going, and anyway, somehow, the guy, you know, I visit with the guy at the state, because I told the county commissioners then, we can take the county road equipment. You know, I think we had lay down machines. You know, the county can go in and do the A&D lane. You know, the county can't work on state highway, but the guy at the state's telling me, yes, you can. You know, that's done all over. But when they came back in and did another survey for something else, and they found out Montezuma County didn't have an access. The only one that had an access to that fairgrounds was me. And they made it clear to the county commissioners they were not going to put another access out there on it. So then, you know, there has to be some negotiating here. And I agreed to give up my access, you know, and it was, you know, closer to town, to go to where the one was that we had there. And there was some trade. We had to build a longer road than that. And then the county ended up, because they pushed this so hard on having the A&D lanes, and the state did let us. The county went and did the A&D lanes, and we did it. But at no time did, you know, whether there's associations or business, I did it individually out there. And I heard on this U2 deal about the county hired an engineer because the thing wasn't an engineer right. That's not right. That never happened. I can promise you, there's no engineer. The only engineer that we ever had is the guy that was had his all of his expertise came from flood control in California. There was, you know, the county didn't have anything. You know, we did. Yeah, you have people that drive over the head and you have accidents. That's at any racetrack. And I know the last race, I really wasn't even involved in it. It was about this time of the year. They had a person that got hurt out there. It's his fault. And he filed a lawsuit. And in the lawsuit, he named, Montezuma County, and then me individually. And I tried to get my name removed from it. I was unable to do it because the county had listed me individually on their insurance policy. But then it came down, well, you can sue Jim Rod for more than you can sue Montezuma County, so why sue the county? And this was a very costly adventure for me. I won it ultimately. I spent a lot of money, had to get another attorney, and I decided then, I've got other things that I need to do. And I was out for, about a year, and maybe a little longer, and I started seeing these girls would come and women would come in my shop trying to get me to take over the fairground. They were going, the meeting up at the Coliseum, because they were going through the same thing, the racetrack. You're fighting over money. We're spending too much money. There was ads, there's articles in the paper that the county would sell, rent, lease, or whatever, or shut down the main fairgrounds. And I don't know, there's over 1,200, to my knowledge, 4-H kids in this county. There's quite a few high school, there's a lot of kids that use that facility that aren't going to create any money. Anyway, these girls kept coming in, and finally, one day, Tom Weaver and I were real good friends. I tried to contact him today, but I couldn't. And I told Tom, I'm getting all these girls that are wanting me to take over this board. Jimmy, I told them to come see you. And I said, no, God. I said, you and I fought every day, and it's absolutely right. But Jim, at the end of the day, we were friends on it. And I did that. And, I'm the one that found the colored guy down in Las Cruces, Ralph Tomas. Got him to come up here and interview for the job. I mean, if you looked at his background, it's unbelievable. And Ralph, we learned a lot from Ralph. I mean, Ralph didn't hit it off with some of the Cowboys, which was a problem, and ultimately they've got into it. But that's what I learned then, because our board, when I made the new board at the fairgrounds, it was me, one other guy, and 7 girls, mothers for it. And what the county's always miss out here is you can't sit down with anyone and say, well, this is the budget that we're going to budget for the fairgrounds, and let the people, whoever the manager, that here's your budget to work with and make it work. As for the money that went into the racetrack, really, to go spend a lot of money, I never saw that happen. I didn't have a need for it either, but afterwards, it's Tom, because people used to say, well, there's a lottery money's getting spent at the racetrack or the fairgrounds. When I was involved with fairgrounds, there was never any lottery money spent at Montezuma County Fairground. But they probably still get them. You get a IBM printout that has grant monies that's available. When the program started, it's Tom and I get together, and you could do it. Well, here's this much money you can spend for this. Here's this much you could spend for that. And all in all, I thought we did a pretty good job. When the county took me out, this agreement that we had, where until I paid off the loan at Valley Bank, I controlled it, that was an illegal agreement. I knew when we made it, and I think Bob Slough was the attorney then. He wasn't the brightest light bulb on the tree, but it was creating some problems, and I worked to deal with the county that all of the assets that I had out there, and what we had built, we had gotten a lot of donations. We had a Mack truck that Nielsen's gave us that was really like new. All the spray equipment was brand new. Then the county allocated a Ford water truck. It was much smaller, but it worked real well. We had an old 12 motor grader that the engine had pushed a rod through the side of the block in the county. It just sat for a long time. They were going to junk it out, and I got Nielsen's to fix the motor, and it became, it was at the fairgrounds, and all of that, because it had in great big, I'm sure they can Google it and find it in the newspaper. It was on the front page of the paper that the Montezuma County bought me out at the racetrack. The dollar amount, if it was anything, was $1. there wasn't a lot of money. I mean, everybody that had donated stuff at the racetrack knew that going into it. That became property of the Montezuma County Fairgrounds. And it's, as far as the individuals, or corporations, that hasn't never happened. And there wasn't a reason to. This Gene that runs it now, I do not know this guy. I wouldn't know him if he walked in the room. My wife goes to all the races. She tells me how much he does for kids, how much he does, which is great. I know he's, this is my own opinion, that hasn't behaved right in here. And I've heard that secondhand. I just don't know because I wasn't here, too. And I wouldn't have come in here. I kind of thought, I need to go down and give people background of what really went on at the fairgrounds. The ground, when I got the lease from the state, it seems to me that we had it for 6 to 7 years, and if everything went right and there wasn't any problems, then we could buy the ground for like $7 an acre. And to my knowledge, we did that on it. And somebody said no, that they're still leasing it from the state, but we don't own it.
We do own it.
That's what I thought, but it doesn't really make any difference. There's time it's my family's made a lot of sacrifices out there, and you want to see it do good. Both ends, you want to see them do good, and I don't know. It's the only one I really knew is. I don't know him. I know his dad real well and his other brother. But Larry Don, I talked to Larry just before, right after lunch, on some things there, and he suggested, well, you need to go talk to him and let him know. So here I am. If anybody wants questions, you want to know what's really going on there. I was in on the very, very early stages of even the fairgrounds when we were building, the main building there, the things we went through to get water, to get sprinkler systems, to get everything going, and it's I didn't understand when I talked to Jim Candelario, because one of the problems we had is they had us on a demand system out there on power, and we were able to go in and have some energy studies going. We got it off the demand. But now, after you left the other day, I went out there and looked, well, what all do we have? There's a lot more out there that draws power than it used to. But it's other than that, it's what I was going to say. Larry Don said is, and this guy that leases the track, I guess he pays a certain amount per year, and he has to take his stuff home each night. I would question that. You have to be involved in running that racetrack. I mean, the hours and hours and hours it takes to get it ready to race. It's that's something you guys would have to work out. But I really feel, I don't know why he doesn't get along or you guys don't get along with each other. Because I'd work towards that goal if it was me on it.
So Montezuma County bought your infrastructure from you out there that you put in?
Mm-hmm. There was a legal deal there when I said that and I've been trying to think of where the paperwork is, and that's why I think we may have paid. I got $1. It wasn't over that. I know. I know one time in that lawsuit, because when it first happened, I wasn't here. By the way, I was in Denver when that happened. And my wife, I talked to her Sunday morning, and when I got her over the phone, my grandma was in the hospital there. So I had my mother and my aunt, we were all in Denver. And my wife was a nervous wreck, and she said we had somebody got hurt real bad. And I sat down on the bed there in the hotel we were at, and I said, tell me about it. And I listened to it. I thought, well, everything's going to be all right, but it wasn't. I know Marion told me that morning, Jim, this guy is different. They're going to sue you. And we got our paperwork on you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. we got them on the afternoon of the last day of the second year. You know, we got served, but the lawsuit changed a lot. You know, you don't ever think something like that can happen to you. It can, and it does. When we had meetings, the county brought a law firm in out of Denver. And I remember we were in the conference room, the old conference, I think it's at this end, maybe it's where this, no, because there's windows. But, you know, talking about it, and our insurance company was being a problem too, but we had to do there was a $17 fee. I didn't understand the fee. And what the $17 fee was is the filing fee to file the document, not to have litigation in the future. And because all the lawyers, everybody was there, and I'm thinking they found me guilty of something, which I wasn't, and I wouldn't pay the $17. And Tom Weaver said, you pay that? I said, no, I'm not going to do that. You know, he said, either you pay it or I'm going to pull that. I said, then get your wallet out, pay it on it. And because I didn't know what it was. And I know later Douglas Moeller, that was a law firm for them. He's a zero. But I called Doug Moeller later and asked him, I said, you know, I'm in a little town, little county, and I'm not very good at mathematics, but I just have one question, Doug. He said, yeah, Jimmy, what's that? I said, because you can't believe all the paper that's related to a lawsuit. It's unbelievable. I said, how did we divide up the $17 on it? Because I didn't know where it went. But, you know, you have to prepare for those things. But would I quit? You know, even after that, I still went in the other end of the fairgrounds. And there's some people, it's really hard for Johnny Green and Bentley Colbert and I to be friends. Ultimately, it came around. And we got to live with each other. But my suggestion for you guys, when I said that there needs to be some kind of a board or something to make this fairgrounds function, because there's easier ways to do it. We're lucky. We're real fortunate. Last year when Kobe, or maybe it's the first year, I'm not sure, they put on a race out here at the racetrack. I couldn't believe they could do it. But I had some friends in the Oxnard area that called me and said, and one of them's with one of the big magazines, so he goes there to cover them. And he told me, I'm going to be in your backyard. I said, where's my backyard? Because and he told me, Montezuma County's racetrack. I said, you're kidding. He said, no, so cars came that far for that race, and we were the only one in the country racing.
We did allow the promoter to work through the program.
Yeah, you guys probably watch, you know, football's on now, college football's on now, and the stadiums are full. There's no mask. I mean, I don't know really what's going on. I'm involved with a company out in California. We do a great big event in Vegas. It's coming up in about 3 weeks. We're just about shut down because of COVID in Vegas. But if anybody has any questions, that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what went on at the fairgrounds.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. And
Okay. Have fun.
Okay, that brings us to the end of our agenda, gentlemen.
I'll move we adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded, we adjourn this September 21st meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.